It's a secure, reliable service. With the Globus platform, you can easily incorporate robust capabilities. And if the data is sensitive, no problem. Globus can be used to manage protected data. With Globus, you can easily share your data without having to move it or copy it. With Globus, subscribers can easily move and share. And if you have any more questions about Globus, visit Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus.
What up, though? How we doing? How was everyone's Friday? By myself, I'm streaming all by myself. A joke. I keyed. What up, Lobster? Quit your whining. All right, so today, in about half an hour, we'll be speaking with Abinadov, a relatively new streamer who covers a variety of. Well, I'll let them tell it. But they're a wonderful human being. I met them during a recent Stonercast that I was on, and like that. And they also do talk some about AI, so it should be an interesting conversation. Speaking of, let me get that up and running. And in the meantime, like always, there is new AI news. What was wild was, like, as soon as I went into Twitter after last week's stream, I found this. And depending on who you are, you were going to have strong opinions about it. What up, monkey? And no, Lobster, you probably will not be enraged. But I mean, you might. Okay. So here it is. So, a group known as The Simulation announcing our paper on generative TV and showrunner agents. Create episodes of TV shows with a prompt. Show 1 will write, animate, direct, voice, edit for you. We use South Park for research only. We won't be releasing ability to make your own South Park episodes, not our IP. It's like super quiet though. So here's the hero. There's a cast of different characters. This is the set. Damn, Elon, why your website sucks so much?
Guys, have you heard about the Screen Actors Guild strike? Yeah, it's all over the news. That sucks. Does that mean there won't be any new shows coming out? Exactly, Stan. And that's where my business idea comes in. I'm glad you asked, Kenny. It's called Queepy, a deepfake streaming service. Wait, what? Deepfake? Cartman, that's illegal and unethical. No, it's genius. We take existing shows and movies and just replace the actors with deep fake versions of other famous people. Like imagine Game of Thrones, but with Danny DeVito as Daenerys.
I'm being
That's ridiculous.
quiet so you
Is
can
it ridiculous?
try and
Or is
turn
it
it
so
up.
ridiculous that it just might work? No, it's definitely just ridiculous. Well then, I guess you guys won't want a cut of the profits when Queepy takes off. More for me then. There won't be any profits, Cartman. You're going to get sued. Not if they can't prove it. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a deep fake streaming empire to build. So, as we were saying, Mr. Spokesman, our idea is called Queepy. It's a deep fake streaming service.
Huh, interesting concept. But how do you plan on pulling this off?
Well, sir, we take existing shows and movies and replace the actors with deep fake versions of
Okay. All right. That's gonna be enough of that. I will link the thing so that you can look at it. Our goal at the simulation is AGI, AIs that are truly alive, not chatbots that pop into existence when we speak, but AI people living real daily lives in simulations growing over time. We built showrunner agents and are building show one model to give our AIs infinite stories. Right? Now, I don't know. I have no idea how legit. They got 24,000 followers. They're followed by Matt Wolf. I don't know how much of this we can trust, right? Because you can lie on the internet. But this is kind of wild, and this is exactly the kind of thing that I was talking about in the idea that they, you could I mean, I understand, right? Humans want to watch humans, right? That is the desire to watch humans do human things. But there is at least an existing audience who are watching Ask Jesus, they're watching Trump versus Biden, they are watching Ask Chad is the new one. They are watching Vidal 987. There is there's not enough data to draw conclusions. People could just be going and looking at the shiny new rock, right? Like, look at new thing, it is doing stuff, like that. But people are giving money to Vidal 987 to continue to work on their project. And there's something in the NPC fetish thing that makes me also think about that, right? Like, I mean, obviously those are real human beings, but they're doing simulated human things. I just think it's going to get ugly, right? I think it's going to get ugly before everything shakes out. No, like I'm actually tracking the NPC thing because I'm like tracking the timeline of it, you know, how it exists, right? It came out I first heard about it like I think around Wednesday of last week. Either Wednesday or Thursday. Can't remember which. And it went and then it blew up and everyone was, you know, talking about it. Then the mimicry came in and like a bunch of people started doing it. And then it reached a point where it was being like lampooned. You know, like people were doing like ironic takes of it, like using it as a medium to do that. And that was by like Monday, Tuesday. And either last night or this morning, Phil DeFranco came out with questions about whether or not the person who is apparently the initiator of the entire thing, the woman with the blonde hair, that like she may or may not be sussy, right? Like things are weird, man. What up, Sarah? So yeah. We're gonna have to see how this all shakes out. But right now we're on a speed run. We're at a week and a half. Right? We're at a week and a half. And then there's this. Right? It's words and my friend, right? Like my cousin's brother's former roommate kind of thing. But my friend who works for a company selling audiobooks just told me that their boss is replacing almost all their voice actors with AI software that costs them $20 a month. If lawmakers don't regulate this tech immediately, the damage to entire industries will be immeasurable. Okay? So again, we don't know that this is true. Right? This could be something that someone wrote on the internet. However, it's plausible, right? If I have a company and I'm having it read audiobooks, I don't need voice actors, right? Like I need voices. This is me in their perspective. This has nothing to do with my perspective. This is me as the CEO or operations or what have you of this particular company. How do I maximize profit and how do I what's my approach to this new technology and like that. Because the pros of this for that person, what you got, baby? Is it confirmation? Katerino's in my way. Whoop. Pinky dot. Oh, the NPC fetish thing. Yeah. All right. Oh no. Here. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of other stuff that I don't want to get into because it's got nothing to do with my content. It's just something that I'm observing, right? Like we'll see what happens with all that. But Okay, so from the point of view of the person running this alleged audiobook company, the AI is, especially once you have it dialed in, is going to get it right in one take. It doesn't need a break. You just enter in the book, the PDF, and you push record, and it will give you the book in an audio format. And like, people have already been doing this at home, right? Like, people have used software to read their Kindle books or what have you, their PDFs and whatnot for them. So this is just the the industrial at scale version of that. So this is a very plausible thing for a company like that to do. The cons are that you do run the risk of alienating your users. They might not want to support a company that doesn't employ humans to read the book. They're, like, Rob Shapiro is one of my favorite people to read books. I just like his voice and everything else, but I like his voice. And if you get a voice that's close to his, or at least hits those same beats, and if you have, like, the biggest audiobook company out there is Audible, right? You pay your $15 a month. There you go. And you pay your $15 a month and you get your one audiobook per month. Then what if I were to offer you the Audible service at $10 a month? Would you be less upset about the fact that I'm not employing humans? What about if it was $5 a month? What's your price point at which you would stop caring? And you don't have to answer, but I want you to think about it. Because there is an answer, right? Like, we want to be really good people doing the really good thing all the time, but Nestle is still in business. And everyone within the sound of my voice could be the really good people doing the really good thing all of the time, but someone who's not, because Nestle is still in business. Right? We're well aware of what Nestle does for chocolate. We're well aware of what Nestle does for water. We know these things exist, and yet Nestle is still in business. So there is some kind of line, some kind of terminator that people are willing to accept things as they are to satisfy whatever their needs are or their desires. And that, again, it doesn't have to be you, right? Any leftist will tell you how there's not enough leftists, everybody's a liberal, everybody's this, everybody's that, blah, 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 right? So there is some volume of people who seem to have the power in this circumstance. So are those people going to make these decisions based on that criteria? Or are they going to make the decisions based on their pocketbook? And then the third point here is this bottom section. If lawmakers don't regulate this tech immediately, the damage to entire industries will be immeasurable. So this is a two-parter. If lawmakers don't regulate this tech, what are you going to regulate? And this, if you have any ideas, I'd be more than happy to hear them. What do you regulate in this scenario? You have an audiobook company. They sell audiobooks. They are not going to hire people to read the audiobooks. They are going to do it with software. What do you regulate? I am seriously open, and I'm not going to debate, and I'm not going to jump. I don't have an idea. When I look at something like that, that makes me feel like that this person thinks government is magic. Right? Do you create a scenario wherein this audiobook company, we end up like the meatpacking industry, human read our organic audiobooks, but that's not legislation, right? That is just that's an aesthetic determination. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about like the fact that you could absolutely, like Adobe's already doing it, right? They're offering you organic, free-range, artificial intelligence content without any of the ethical issues that may end up engulfing some of these other companies. And I don't think they will because of the judge's determination that we'll talk about later. What if it's your own autobiography and people want to hear it in your voice? Again, that's an aesthetic choice, right? Like, you might want to hear that, but if you have the choice between these two books, right? Like, this is a thing. Blanket regulation on taxable profits, 99% tax rate over $1 million in profits. Okay, so you have an audiobook company that does, financial machinations and only does so many books, and now they only make $750,000 a year. That's not it's not a solution. Do you see how it's not a solution? But you say you can't call it an organic audiobook without having a person reading 86. Sure. But that doesn't fix this problem that this person's talking about. You know what I mean? You can't regulate this away. Unless you are willing to send in cops and the National Guard to force people at companies to A, hire human beings, and B, stay in business, like you are not allowed to close your business, how do you force them to do this? Right? And the damage isn't to the industry. There's no damage to the industry being done. It's the workers who are going to be damaged. This is why I bypass all this individual stuff and I go right to, we need to drastically reassess and change how we distribute resources, because this is the kind of thing that can happen to, according to David Shapiro, 82% of jobs. We do force people to hire human beings in certain cases. In fact, we could force the org to hire specific human beings. So you think that is what we are going to do? Or do you think that that's a plausible, like, who would do that? Right? Because our understanding of it is that the government is in bed with the corporations. This is while my friend is actually doing the audio portion of her own book. She wrote right now, I can't imagine an AI being able to read it with as much feeling as power as she can. You would be surprised. I will look into that in a second. You would be surprised, Andy. 11 Labs does really high quality stuff. And here's the thing is you can use an 11 Labs product to record your own voice and actually make it easier on yourself to do the thing. London 2, it doesn't require drivers, but they are under obligation by the government to man those trades. Or person the trains. Someone has to have the money to buy audiobooks. I don't see how the long-term math works. But this is a problem with capitalism anyways, right? Like, I have been talking for 25, 30 years at this point about how if Pepsi if Pepsi fires enough people, how are there enough people to buy Pepsi, right? Like, your employees can no longer afford the product that you're trying to sell, if you do this in mass. This is fundamentally my point of like how we need to redo how we distribute resources, or we are going to reach a point. Now, I'm not saying it's tomorrow. You can absolutely grab a particular piece of AI that's not doing the thing, but are you it's funny that they chose South Park for that product, right? Like for their product as a test thing. Because first of all, who is still watching South Park? Like what is that target audience? Right? And what's the entire thing about it? Like, we were all edgy back in the day watching the early seasons of South Park, and it has gone in a very libertarian direction and so on and so forth. Do you think that they would care that there's not people? Do you think that, Matt and Trey would care if they never had to do another episode of South Park again, but they could just get paid for licensing for the rest of their lives while some automated system churns out episodes of South Park? You don't have to answer. You just think about it. Yeah, no, my concern with the strikes, I hope strikers get paid. I hope all that happens. I hope all the things happen. Because they, that is very important to them, and I hope that there can be leverage, across the board. But my concern is jobs ceasing to exist.
We are the Borg. Lower your shields and surrender your ships. We will add your biological and technological distinctiveness to our own. Resistance is futile. We are...
What up, Raiders? What up, Alt-Miss Frizzle? Welcome. Alt_Miss_Frizzle. Make sure you go follow Alt-Miss Frizzle. One of my favorite homies from Twitch. We're in all the same spaces. Well, Lil Donnie Fund. Welcome. And yeah. Okay. Alright, looks like we are still... What up, Reverend 420? Welcome in. Yeah. Looks like Miss Dove is still not with us, so we'll go on. So this is just what I want you to think about. Like, you don't have to, like, this is big thought stuff, right? Like, we have to retool the entire system in order to, fix this. Like, it's not a simple fix. It requires a great deal of conversation and consensus and I don't have, well, I do have a solution because it's the one I talk about all the time, but it's the overarching solution, not the mechanisms to get from point A to point B. But if we don't get to point B, I don't see, I see something ugly on the horizon and I don't like it, which is why I run my mouth. We need some sort of machine. If only we had some intelligence that was artificial, that didn't have an emotional stake in any of this. Speaking of what we've been talking about, the U.S. judge finds flaws in artists' lawsuits against AI companies. So, like I've been saying, one of the things I wanted to see is how they went about proving that their material, their content was used to train the AI, and then how they, how they proved material harm. Because if you're going to do a lawsuit, you have to prove material harm. That's how you get paid. So artists accuse Stability AI, others of misusing work to train AI, or work to train AI, yeah. Judge said he would likely dismiss most claims, but allow a new complaint. U.S. District Judge William Orrick said during a hearing in San Francisco on Wednesday that he was inclined to dismiss most of a lawsuit brought by a group of artists against generative...
The and the peril here are huge.
Thank you for the follow. A group of artists against generative artificial intelligence companies, though he would allow them to file a new complaint. Orrick said that the artist should more clearly state and differentiate their claims against Stability AI, Midjourney, and DeviantArt, and that they should be able to provide more facts about the alleged copyright infringement because they have access to Stability's relevant source code. Otherwise, it seems implausible that their works were involved, Orrick said, noting that the systems have been trained on 5 billion compressed images. So this right here makes me feel that Orrick was looking at this in terms of math. There's however many plaintiffs, and then there's the 5 billion images, and the plaintiffs as a percentage of the 5 billion images, like, there is a low probability that their particular art was used, right? Like, that's math. It's ugly and it sucks, but this is what I was concerned about. The judge said that illustrator Sarah Anderson's claim that Stability directly infringed copyrights she had registered in several of her works was likely to survive the company's initial bid to dismiss the lawsuit. The hearing provided the first glimpse of how judges may treat a wave of lawsuits that accuse companies of misusing vast swaths of material to train their AI systems. The proposed class action is one of several recent lawsuits filed against companies including Microsoft, Meta, and OpenAI over content used to train systems in the fast-growing field of generative AI. And again, the issue that is on the back end of this is, did they do anything illegal, right? It's not about wrong. It's not about right and wrong. It's about legal and illegal. Did they do anything illegal, right? You have to prove that they did something. You don't have to prove that they did something illegal in civil court. You have to prove that the actions that they did some way provided material harm to you. But as far as I can tell, now there's a long road we have to walk down. But as far as I can tell, they oh, there she is. Running 5 minutes behind. Sorry, resetting the router. Okay. So yeah, this is. We have a long road. Like it doesn't even have to be malice, right? Like, because if your company did something through negligence, if it did something through, I mean, theoretically, even if it did something through an accident, you would have an insurance company that you could seek restitution from. Right, this is the way that the legal system works in regards to all these things. And we haven't even gotten to the point where we're actually in some form of trial. Because then it'll be like whose lawyer is better, right? So yeah. We shall see. Let me just check in. Okay. Let's see if we can make this all work. It is time for have to do this. That. Okay, that worked. Good. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hello?
Hey. Okay, try that. Um, Hello?
Hello?
Oh, you can hear me. Wonderful.
We're in business.
Hello. Sorry, Australian Wi-Fi is absolutely terrible, and I had to reset the router before we started because it was messing up before. I actually had my stream drop 4 times in the first half hour this week
Very
on one
nice.
of them because it's that bad.
Yeah. No, it like this process, especially if you haven't done this a whole lot, usually has like a bunch of things, that you have to jump through in order to get it working. And I used to have a thing where every time I would turn on the Discord camera, it would fail and kick me right out of the thing. And all
Wow.
that has been worked out, but yeah.
Well, I'm glad it's been worked out, but Discord is notoriously bad. Almost every time if I join a voice chat on my phone, I'm muted like 90% of the time when I go in, and I try to fix it, but I have to rejoin like 4 or 5 times, and it's consistent. It's been going on for years, and it just seemingly hasn't been resolved.
Yeah. So, welcome to my space. It's good to
Thank
see you.
you.
How are you doing
It's
today?
good to be here. I am very good. Yeah, it's been a good day so far, and I'm very happy to be here. I was excited, looking forward to this.
Yeah, me too. Why don't you introduce yourself to everyone, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, well, hi. My name's Abner. Some people call me Dove. Yeah, my full name is Abner Dove. I am an activist and humanitarian, and
potential
I
and the
am an
peril
activist
here
sociologist.
are huge.
And I've started to make content. The idea is to create a positive social change through talking to people about things and giving people low barrier entry ways to get involved in social change stuff. And I've started off on Twitch, and I'll be making my first YouTube video soon. I don't know how much of a background you want me to give, because I know we talked about that. So I'm not sure if you want to ask questions or if I should just give my whole background now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
why don't you go ahead and let everyone know, like, how did you like what have you done before this?
Right. Okay. So I was involved in politics for about 6 or 7 years, and so I started off. I started off in student representation. I ended up being president of my student union, so it's like about a $4.5 million organization, where I was in charge of campaigns and policy, and I mostly worked on welfare stuff like mental health policy, sexual assault policy, food insecurity, that kind of stuff. I was also on the board of a $1 billion organization, and I've worked on state, local, and federal campaigns. I left politics. So I've been on a bunch of different organizational boards as well, because organizational management and just organizing and mobilizing people for for what's it called, humanitarian causes. Sorry, a little bit nervous. Yeah, humanitarian causes is kind of what I am about. I consider it to be my purpose, like creating positive social change. And so, yeah, I left politics and I moved into the humanitarian and social change sector, where I was an advisor at the Red Cross Humanitarian Service. And that was across all the volunteering programs, and 90% of the volunteers of the Red Cross workforce are volunteers. And so I worked on like recruitment and retention and different campaigns. And I also created a social media team, which is probably when I started to go across and down the path as social media being a really, really central tool in the context of social change in the era that we live in. And so they had national social media, but not state social media, but they have a state organization. And I was talking to them about the fact that, and they were struggling with youth recruitment. And I was saying to them, to young people, if you're not on social media, you basically don't exist. And people, there's a lot of organizations that are active on social media. And if people are looking to volunteer in these areas, it's likely they're going to go look things up on social media. They don't see you, and then they go to the other organizations. They're not going to go look for your website. And so I started a social media team at the Red Cross, where I had like volunteers who were videographers, editors, graphic designers, animators, marketing strategy people, copywriters. It was a really diverse and like fun and exciting team. And we had like the idea was to lower the barrier to entry for people to engage in humanitarian action, because I find that humanitarian organizations very often engage in that kind of like poverty porn thing,
Hmm.
where they they show you all the people who are struggling and starving and dealing with like natural disasters and that kind of stuff, and they almost try to shame people into helping.
Hmm.
And I was like, that works, but they're kind of operating by an if it ain't broke, don't fix it model, where it works, but also there are other ways to engage people. And I feel like ways that might, well, I felt like, and I, kind of proved it, that if we talk to people more positively and tried to inspire them, it might have, a better impact or a larger impact. And so the idea was to try to like, rather than having people feel like what they were doing to help was like a drop in the bucket, and that there was such a huge problem, like the whole child dies every 3 seconds, like that kind of campaign,
Right.
it kind of dwarfs people in an issue. It makes them feel like, oh, I'm just one person and this is a huge thing and it's so widespread, and what could I possibly do? And that's not really helpful in terms of trying to motivate and inspire people to actually get involved. It kind of just makes people feel apathetic a lot of the time, though some people do feel, guilt tripped enough to get involved, which is great, but not the majority. And also people skip past stuff on social media when it's like that, because there's so much of it.
Hmm.
And so it was stuff like, just wanting people to see it from the perspective of the importance of helping an individual person and how much of a difference that makes in their lives. So if you can help 2 or 3 people in a community, how actually important and meaningful that is, and how detrimental their experience, the things that they went through were, and what you can actually do to improve those people's lives. And so it was like, if you can't say something, the hashtag was don't just say something, do something.
Hmm.
And it was, about like, here's an individual person and here's all the help that they received, and here's this one volunteer and here's how what they did impacted people, rather than here's this huge issue, please send us money or do like a tiny part in this. It was, be part of something bigger than yourselves, but it's actually meaningful and tangible. And so either way, I was doing that at the Red Cross for a while, and then I was promoted into the National Social Change team, where I was a social change designer, which is kind of an activist sociologist role. My official title was community builder, and the idea was to run a bunch of tests, and then to, out of the tests, and it was about mobilizing people, and it was, to bring people. Sorry, I think I lost my train of thought, and
It's okay.
sorry, I lost my train of thought and I skipped onto something else entirely. But yeah, the idea was to um, basically try to mobilize people the best way possible on the specific social change issues that the Red Cross was focused on.
Hmm.
And so we were engaged in a lot of working with a few different university departments, using a lot of research about mobilization and about social change and about the different people and kind of how they engage and the ways in which people participate in it, and then coordinate and run campaigns like and create departments and run events and that kind of stuff on that basis. And so one of the things that I was doing, one of the projects that I was working on, was the idea of bringing humanitarian action online. It was a big part of my role because they'd seen what I'd done in the state team with that social media team. And so even in my interview, they had me pitch part of what I'm kind of deciding to do now. But it was basically, do a YouTube channel, a podcast, a Twitch stream, a TikTok, like all that kind of stuff, to, engage different people and talk about these issues and signal boost people who are working on different things. And I used to do social listening pieces for them. And in my social listening, one of the things that I'd kind of come across was the idea that there was a significant increase in the lack of trust in institutions. And the Red Cross is also the fourth most recognized brand in the world. And so I was like, if I talk about social change issues and, activism and all that kind of stuff from a Red Cross perspective under the Red Cross channels, people won't listen to me or believe me. Like, that's just kind of how that would go.
Mhm.
And so I quit my job to do it myself. And like I called a bunch of people first. Like I called like a few of my mentors and like colleagues and just people I respected. And I was like, if I quit my job to start a YouTube channel, a Twitch stream, and a podcast, with the idea is like of it being like a social change vehicle and trying to, um, create humanitarian action and all that kind of stuff. Do you think it would work? And do you think I would still be employable? And they were all like, yes to both. So I was like, great, all the confidence I need. And so yeah, I quit and started working on all this stuff. And I started the Twitch stream, I think about 3 months ago now. And the idea was to do the research for the YouTube channel on Twitch because I wanted people to be able to see that I was actually like reading studies and watching documentaries and doing the research and not just kind of like speaking out of my ass and just coming up with shit and being like, this is, I wanted people to actually be able to see the process.
Right.
But also because I have ADHD, I thought it would be good to body double with my audience. Like it's easier to get things done if you're, doing it with people.
Mhm.
And I did a whole bunch of stuff like ethical background checks and creating all the branding and stuff. And I have a spreadsheet that has about 94 video ideas in it now, which I'm really excited about. And the format for the YouTube show is kind of like Last Week Tonight with John Oliver, where the idea is that, yeah, we'll talk about things and it will be in like hopefully a fun and exciting and entertaining and funny way. Well, I'll do like bits and skits and there'll be, a bunch of infographics and clips and what's it called? Just news articles and all of the background research, but then at the end of it there should be like a low barrier way that people can actually get involved and do something now that they care about the issue. Because that's what John Oliver does so effectively. And there's this thing called the John Oliver effect, which speaks to the fact that when he focuses on an issue, you can actually see tangible like change on said issue, because he doesn't just talk about it. He says, oh, here's this thing we're going to do, or like here's what you could do, or here's a way to think about this, and it actually makes a meaningful difference. And I find that in the social commentary space, often people talk about things and then go, okay, well, I'll see you next week, and that without really giving people a way that they can actually harness the kind of engagement that they now have in the issue that they just heard about and learned about.
Mhm.
And so, yeah, there's a whole cross-platform strategy with the Twitch stream and the YouTube channel and the TikToks and the Instagram and the Discord server, and it's a whole thing and that I spent all this time working on and building because I'm an over planner and I can't help it. But yeah, now we're in the launch phase and I'm gonna redo my hair and dye it because my brown is growing back out. And then after I've done my hair, I'm gonna launch the first video, which I am very, very excited about.
Very nice.
And that is, I forgot a thing. That is most of my background. The other thing is that I'm also international coordinator of an organization that has special consultative status with the UN. And I just came, I was going to say I just came back because I've just been doing Twitch, but no, I came back a few months ago. I was there in March and I spoke on a few panels about women in technology and education and leadership and all that kind of stuff. And it was really cool. But yes, that is I think, as comprehensive as of a background as I feel like it's reasonable to give, because I've said a lot by now.
But it is like one of the things is that is always a question of legitimacy, right? Like I am very open about the fact that I don't have a degree in anything around artificial intelligence, anything like that. Everything I've done is homegrown. I've done it that way. People like to know though that that the person who's talking knows what they're talking about. What I found interesting with what you're saying is there is since I've been on Twitch for a little over a year. I've been streaming for just under a year. In about 8 days will be my stream anniversary. And there is
Awesome.
there's a divide between people who say that what happens on social media and on for streamers is tangible, as something is producing results, and then people who are like, y'all don't do anything. You need to be out there in the streets doing that kind of work. And I've always been of the like it's a multi-pronged approach with everybody doing, and you know with you knowing what you're talking about, like based on everything that you've done, you seem to fall in that same kind of thing, that it is a multi-pronged approach and that social media does have value.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm actually going to be writing a book about that, which is my
In your free
sociological
time.
theory. Yeah, obviously, I've got so much free time with everything else that I've got planned. But that the book is like my theory of sociological change in the 2020s. Or my sociological theory of social change in the 2020s. That's what it is. And it really is that. That's essentially the theory. The theory is really that. Okay, so we've just had, and we still are experiencing this really, horrible pandemic, right?
Mhm.
And during that, Dr. Fauci, being the foremost expert on pandemics, had to directly address the musings of Joe Rogan, who is a comedian slash like MMA host and podcaster,
Mhm.
and by name directly address the claims that he was making. And the thing is that the impact of these spaces and the influence and the amount of weight that gets put on the opinions of people in these spaces really can't and shouldn't be understated and would be ridiculous to ignore at this point.
Mhm.
And as someone who's like made my entire adult life about change and about trying to achieve positive social change, what I've realized over time and what has become more true over time is that people aren't really getting their opinions and perspectives from people in politics necessarily or the mainstream news media. A lot of people are forming their perspectives and opinions listening to social commentators and podcasters and people who have YouTube channels and all of that kind of stuff. They're listening to content creators who talk about these issues more so than they're listening to. And the thing I was talking about, the increasing lack of trust in institutions, like that's really significant and it really impacts the way that people intake their information. And in the past, like that even that department, that social change team that I was in was really kind of operating on a similar theory, and that's why they wanted me to do all the social media stuff. But they were talking about the shifts in power, like this book, Old Power and New Power. It's something they had me read before I even started the department. I think the book's called New Power, and it's talking about the shifts in power and the way that things work in the world that have happened in the past few years, largely because of the social media and the way that the internet's progressed over time. In that, the decentralization of different things and gatekeepers kind of being removed in certain industries and people having different pathways and the crowd basically having more control and more ability to control what becomes popular and what, is successful, rather than gatekeepers who got to decide who people could even see to decide if they liked or not, kind of in the past in a lot of different industries. And, things like Uber, and even though Airbnb is failing, the book at the time was talking about Airbnb's success in terms of the hotel industry, and it being that people's user ratings and keeping people on the road and not being on the road had so much of an impact on Uber and the increased safety for women and a whole bunch of stuff as a result of that. But the cab industry was different, where it was kind of like, this is what you get, and they weren't particularly responsive to customer complaints. And YouTube, with people becoming really famous and really popular in terms of being one of the first social media platforms that people were able to have full careers on. The entertainment industry in a lot of different contexts they had a lot of gatekeepers that gave people access to certain things that allowed them to be in certain positions with music and with acting and even with the social commentary and political commentary stuff. And YouTube kind of upended that and allowed people to have access to different people. So there's all that kind of theory stuff with the
We are
shifting
poor.
kind of nature of
Lower
power.
your
But
shields and
in terms
surrender
of
your
social
ships.
change, it's
We
like
will add your biological.
I find that a lot of the time, and when I was in politics, when I was campaigning a lot, it wasn't that people understood an issue and disagreed with me. It was that they didn't really understand an issue, or they had been dealing with like mis and disinformation or kind of manipulative presentation of what something was. And then when they actually did understand the issue, they were like, oh wow, I never thought of it that way. Oh, I didn't know that. And oh, actually that makes so much sense. And it was really about getting people to a place of understanding. And once they understood, they often agreed with the policies that I was talking about. And and also when I was then when I was in the humanitarian sector, I found the same thing when we were talking to people about a range of different issues, that it was that they were quite misinformed on issues as opposed to were holding perspectives based on a true understanding of the issue. And it's like you spend so much time undoing the sheer amount of like mis and disinformation and just bullshit that's out there, that I felt like, you know, for me, one of my more effectives is one of my this is such a funny thing to say after I just garbled that last sentence, but one of my one of my core skills professionally is my ability to communicate effectively and like win hearts and minds over on issues and inspire people about things and engage people and mobilize people, and a bunch of in a variety of my different roles. That was kind of a key part of it, and I felt like I would be more effective in achieving positive social change if I was speaking directly to people rather than like campaigners or recruiting people or working in boardrooms and that kind of stuff. Like, it was effective winning hearts and minds in terms of getting votes and funding and all of that kind of stuff. But I just felt like in this day and age, when I spent all this time in politics unpicking people's bullshit perspectives and all this time in the humanitarian sector unpicking people's bullshit perspectives, that it is really effective, or it would be more effective to actually get in the ring, in the arena, and try to speak directly to people where they're even forming these perspectives in the first place, that they then take into their political interactions in real life, and not in real life, but, you know, in an analog sense. And, you know, in terms of whether or not they even choose to engage with a humanitarian organization based on what they understand of the world. And so, on to the second point as well, I also think that there's all of us, you know, there's room that in terms of, you know, change, and there's multiple people who play different roles. And like when I was involved in politics, one of the biggest arguments and conversations that we would have in the different groups was about lobbying versus protesting. And the thing is, I'm more effective in a lobbying context in terms of persuasive speech and, you know, making good arguments and all that kind of stuff. That's where I'm a more effective person. Whereas there are people who in protest and in organizing in that particular context, that's their best skill in terms of, you know, pushing the movement along. And so there are different people who have different skill sets that can lend themselves to different things that we need to actually make these movements work. And so I don't think it's about finding, you know, deciding this is the only or the best way, or critiquing people when they're participating or contributing in a way that makes sense for them. But yeah, I think that everyone should figure out where their best skills lie in the context of creating this kind of change, and then apply accordingly, because that's what I'm trying to do.
While you were talking, a raid came in, so I'm just going to respond to them. Welcome, Raiders. What up, Paradigm? What up, DJ? Welcome everybody in. We are speaking with Abana Dove. They are a streamer, but also, as anyone who was here previously can tell you, a highly qualified individual that I am lucky to speak with. Like, this is an actual professional in and I'm just some schmuck, you know. But
It's okay, I'm just some schmuck.
so please give them a follow and like that. So like you talked about misinformation and disinformation, and like, this is one of my big concerns, especially recently, with, like, if you look at the news likes to talk about how AI is going to create all this misinformation and disinformation, but it seems like the misinformation and disinformation was there long before the artificial intelligence. Where do you think, like, it is? Do you think that AI is going to make it worse, or is it just going to continue something that already needed to be addressed and isn't being?
I think the answer is both. I think that also, can I just say as well, in the context of AI, I'm also very much in the context of most things, I'm self-taught. Almost everything that I do is from a place of figuring things out and working it out. Even in the industry, there's a lot of people who know theory about a lot of things and who know structural things that they're supposed to be doing and run through a lot of systems and processes. And it's all kind of like, I think this makes sense, and so I'm doing it. And then people will be like, "Oh, you're operating by this theory," and I'm like,
right.
Yes. I just thought of that, but if that's what it's called, perfect. So that resonates. And in terms of AI, I started researching it in the context of the UN speech thing, because it was about technology, that conference. And I was like, okay, well, you know, we're talking a lot about AI. And I think in December is when I started researching around it. And I got deeply into it, and now it's a thing that I regularly talk about on the stream, and that became a part of the content because I felt like it was really important to talk about, because obviously it's going to be consequential in the time that we're living in now and in the future. And so I thought, I'm talking about what's going on in the world and social change stuff, this is now very pertinent. And so when I started doing the research for the AI thing, I was like, okay, well, now I actually just want to know more about it. And in most of the topics I'm talking about on my channel, I'm already quite knowledgeable, but I didn't know very much about AI, but I also wanted to make videos about it. So I was like, I'll just do research constantly, and then I'll get to a point where I know a lot about it, and then I'll feel comfortable talking about it, which is, yeah, generally what I've done with everything. But yeah, so that's what I'm saying. That's where my perspective comes on from AI. I've been researching it for the past like 7 to 8 months, and it's been a wild ride. But what I will say is that, okay, so I think that both things are true, but I think that in the context of it being that the misinformation problem and what AI contributes to that, yes, there's been a huge problem, and we've got these troll farms and the impact, and in terms of pushing out misinformation, and the impact on democracy has been profound in terms of the misinformation, and it's really consequential. But it's kind of like a handgun versus like a semi-automatic machine gun in
Mhm.
terms of the impact and the influence. And I think that the effect that it can actually create, and I think that the scale that it's been able to create harm at this point, when it's actually people, and there's like there's in there's pictures of like 50,000 phones lined up on stands where people were for those like troll farms and that kind of stuff. So it's quite manual what they were doing. The amount of impact they were able to create there, versus what's going to be possible or what's already possible with generative AI, and the speed, the price, even the quality comparatively, and
Mhm.
some of the key things that people use to be able to distinguish what is and isn't misinformation. It becomes harder with AI because the quality, the expression, it's in a way that makes it much harder to distinguish in terms of the key things that people go, oh, there's a bit of this, there's a bit of that. That makes it harder. That makes me think it might be misinformation. It's spelled incorrectly. It repeats itself a certain amount of times. Like you can kind of get around that with some of the AI stuff, which makes it more concerning. And so, yeah, I think there is a considerable difference, but I also think it's an issue that we already had that, yeah, was quite consequential, that we should have been working on more seriously than it has been being worked on. I think that people should be alarmed in the context of misinformation with the contribution of generative AI.
Do you do you and no pressure if you don't because
Mhm.
I really don't at this point. Do you have a solution? Do you have let's say you're queen of the world, king of the world, however you want to identify. Um, what what would you do around misinformation, disinformation, and artificial intelligence?
Okay, so there's a lot of stuff. In terms of my solutions to anything, I don't like to like reinvent the wheel. Like obviously I like to come up with different solutions to things and workshop stuff, but I like to start off with the basis of what is all of the current information we have right now? What are all of the things that actually help towards this? What's all the research? What does it all say? What are the best possible ways that we have at the moment to impact these things, and where can we go to from there? So from my understanding at the moment, there's a few different institutes that exist to try to help people with their ability to distinguish what is and isn't misinformation, and media literacy organizations. And I think that good starting point. There's a lot of recommendations that they make that I think people could take on board that would help even in the context of AI stuff. I know that there've been projects that are being worked on to update things in the context of some of the patterns that exist within misinformation that's produced by generative AI. So that's a place that I would start off, but it needs to be a lot broader. And in terms of, I have a few videos that I'm writing about mis and disinformation as well. So I have a few solutions in my head already because the format thing I was talking about. So um I think that in terms of curriculum in primary and elementary and in college courses as well, there needs to be a baseline taught to people in terms of being able to distinguish between what is opinion and what is fact, and primary and secondary sources and critical thinking tools, and understanding how to verify information. That I think that needs to be taught to people from a really young age, and it needs to be continued throughout their education, and it needs to be kept up to date and regularly reviewed to be amended in the context of technology as it continues to evolve. But there are also a lot of adults in society that need to have an improved ability to distinguish between what is fact and what is misinformation and disinformation. And so I think that there need to be PSAs I think that there need to be community organizations that help to run sessions. I think that there need to be online courses that are run for people. I think that there needs to be a kind of widespread, okay, this is a really important issue, and that these are the things that we need to do to address it because it's really consequential to society. And there are, in terms of like the misinformation that's kind of led people down the pathways into some of these conspiracy groups.
Mhm.
There have in when ISIS were recruiting in the UK and other Islamic terrorist groups were recruiting in the UK, they had quite a strong social media game, which is insane. But the world we live in, and the what was it? The Taliban was saying that they prefer Twitter, and they were like, yeah, Twitter is easier for us to operate on. We don't want to threads. It's too restrictive. We're actually pro
Right.
Twitter, and I was like, I wonder if Elon Musk liked or didn't like that. But either way, they're still operating in that context. But either way, they were running quite a broad recruitment campaign, and they got a lot of young people, not just from the UK, but there was Australians and I think Americans and other Europeans and that kind of stuff that were recruited via these online means. And people were, indoctrinated, radicalized. And so they had these de-radicalization programs and these deprogramming programs that ran that were quite effective. And I think that we need those widespread available. We need programs that are government funded that can help people with deprogramming and with all of those really important de-radicalization, because a lot of people have been radicalized by misinformation. And so I think that it needs to be quite an aggressive strategy. I think that's the only way to pull things back, but we can pull things back. And yeah, so that, I guess, queen for a day, or like, president of the world for a day.
Y-
I think that's where I start off implementation wise.
you said that we can do it. You in the terms of capability, but do you see anywhere a willingness to do something like that? Like, because there's no, at least, I mean, I don't know. I can't say I know every country, but like in my experience, every country has some group that's like wiling out, and
Mhm.
it's all driven by disinformation. Like, do you see
Yep.
any country that has a political will to pull back from that disinformation?
You know, I think that sometimes, yeah, a lot of times we have the solutions, we have the data, we have all the research, and we don't have the political will to execute something. And I think that, in the context of representative democracy, sometimes you have to make decisions that might not necessarily have people super excited or like, oh yeah, this is a really important and central thing, but are more about understanding the situation and then legislating accordingly. And so it's like, I think and I hope that the political will could be better generated through, you know, what I've been talking about, producing interesting and engaging, entertaining, fun content for people that actually explains the issue, the breadth of it, the risks, and why it's happening. I think that you can try to get people on board and, kind of try to win people over and make it something. You can tie incentives to engagement and involvement, all of these kind of things. You can do things to try to incentivize people's involvement, but I think that every single decision doesn't need to be made on the basis of popularism when it comes to holding the responsibility to protect the people who've elected you to represent them. It's not always going to, it's like, I guess it's like parenting in that way.
Mhm.
Like, it's not always going to be that every single thing that you legislate or put forward is something that everybody is really gung-ho about, but there are ways to try to engage people in the idea and break things down in a way that people can, get behind and understand. And I think that would have to be a part of something like that.
You said earlier about education, like changing the way that we educate the youth, to have like more of those critical thinking skills, and that was one of I recently read an article on Stream where they were talking about how artificial intelligence will be able to disrupt the classroom enough to
Yeah.
do something like that. Uh, Do you have any opinions on the role of artificial intelligence in the classroom and like, what it could do?
I just think that we need to be a hell of a lot more careful about the implementation of different programs, because what I'm seeing because of the AI hype cycle that's kind of going on at the moment is even though things are kind of, um, simmering down a little bit in terms of people's exuberance, I think that the excitement and the hype that these kind of CEOs of these large organizations, of these large companies, have been able to produce is harmful in a way that I think we've seen a lot of negative impacts of people implementing systems that aren't competent for what they need it to do, or that are, discriminatory in their nature because of coded bias. And I think that it's something that we need to approach with a lot of caution, because I
Mhm.
think there are two things that are really wrong in the AI, well, three things that are really wrong in the AI development space. I think that there's a lot of progress for progress sake. And they're just because we like that people aren't kind of adhering by the just because you can doesn't mean you should.
Mhm.
And that whole homosexuality detecting AI thing that people were talking about recently is a really good example, because obviously there are countries where you can be killed for being gay. So,
Right.
and they also excluded bisexuals from the whole thing, and it was only 82% accurate, which people are being killed for being gay, so 82% might be enough for them. But there's a whole bunch of different stuff that's really harmful about creating something like that. But people are just creating without a real consideration for ethics. So I think, yeah, progress for progress sake without a consideration for ethics is a really, really big issue in the AI space at the moment. I think that coded bias shit is really, really, really concerning and consequential. And there's a lot of negative impacts that are being seen from that. I know a couple of the examples, like that Amazon AI that was rejecting all of the resumes of women because it was basing its decisions on Amazon's previous hiring practices.
Right.
Um, and I think there was one that was, I think maybe evicting predominantly black tenants for the same reasons that other people were being kept on. And then the third issue, I can't remember exactly what I was going to say, but yeah, the third issue I can't remember what I was going to say, but it'll probably come back to me.
Mhm.
But realistically, I think that there could be really, really beneficial applications of AI in the classroom. But I just think that people really need to slow down before they implement these things. Because another example, that like AI program that they implemented at that eating disorder charity, a nonprofit, where they fired all the staff and implemented an AI bot, and then it started giving people advice that was harmful and that contributes to eating disorders, and they had to
Mhm.
get rid of the bot in only a few days, which is ridiculous. But it's like, people are far too excited, far too overconfident in the abilities and capabilities of these bots that they're implementing. And I just think, in the context of education and the importance of children's minds as they develop, and how much they can latch on to information and then base sort of things in their life on said information, we need to be really, 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 really careful in the
Mhm.
context of implementation of different AI programs in education, because I think we need to rigorously assess how those programs work, what the impacts are, and what the potential consequences and risks are before implementing those things.
Do you see any immediate applications for AI that are both effective and um like from a negative aspect are going to eliminate a lot of jobs, and in that way, like if your job, for instance, like to explain, I guess what I'm asking, like a call center job is generally based around a knowledge base. If you have ever worked in a call center, you look up the answer to the question and just read it back to them. And this type of job could be handled by AI to a relatively accurate degree for what they need. Do you
Yeah.
see like a bunch of that happening, or do you think that there's going to be a cycle where there's an increase of use of AI and then people kind of back away from it because it's not as effective as they hoped?
Yeah, I think two things. Okay, so I'll start with responding to the most recent thing you asked, and then I'll go to the first question. I'll do it in opposite order. Why not? So I think that it is likely that because people have been so overexcited, and also people have oversold what their products are capable of, and then other people have had dollar signs in their eyes and It's very similar to the NFT thing where
Mhm.
people don't want to miss the gold rush. They don't want to be embarrassed by having seen the potential of something and hearing so much about what it could do and then not getting involved when it could have been so whatever. And so there are a lot of, I think, business owners and managers and people in positions of power that are not as well informed as they should be, but are implementing AI programs throughout their, you know, workplace. And I think that there are going to be quite a few consequences of that because of the overselling and underdelivering of some of these oversold programs. And I think that that might generate a bit of, trepidation and a bit of a pullback and people going, oh, okay, I'm not really sure if we because of people jumping the gun and doing a bunch of stuff. And I think I don't think we've had a lot of instances of it blowing up an entire organization's faces. We've seen, well, obviously the eating disorder charity that blew up in their whole face, but there's other stuff that's on a smaller scale that we've seen that's already like, the lawyers using ChatGPT in court and it citing bullshit precedents, and the
I
academic that didn't allow her class to graduate because she asked ChatGPT if they wrote the essays and it said they did, and just stuff like that on a smaller scale. But I think that there's quite a few people who've gone really gung ho into the AI thing, and I think that the consequences of that might make people kind of pull back and go, oh, maybe we should be more careful. So I think, yeah, in some contexts, people might slow down and have a bit more concern because I think we might see some blowups because of that. But in terms of AI taking over people's jobs and affecting different industries, I do think there's a really big cause for concern in regards to art for some reason, creative industries.
mhm.
Like, and I think it's so odd because it's like so much of what people talked about historically in the context of, oh, it's so exciting and I can't wait for us to have all this stuff and we won't have to do all these like menial, bullshit jobs that nobody really wants to do, and it will take up all that stuff, and it's like we'll get to do all the fun, engaging, the enjoyable stuff and that's like the first cabs off the rank in terms of meaningfully being impacted by AI in a professional context.
Mhm.
And that's really concerning. And I think AI art for me was like the first, like the visual art stuff was like the first kind of like, oh shit moment in terms of how detrimentally it could impact some of the creative fields. And seeing a lot of artists talk about all of their art being stolen, like the different databases having like 10 billion images that have been taken off people's websites and taken off people's places where they do commissions, without obviously asking any permission, without giving them any compensation. And so that's obviously really fucked up. But then people are, rather than getting commissions from different artists, going and just using different bots that have been sometimes trained on their specific art, which is wild. And in the commercial art space, which obviously is where a lot of people's day jobs kind of are that do other creative stuff. It seems like even in logo making and shit like that, there's a lot of AI programs that seem to actually be quite effective in producing those kinds of things.
Mhm.
And so that's really concerning in the context of visual artists. And you know, I feel like there's a couple things with that because I've seen a lot of things. I've seen people be weirdly um discompassionate about that, and I think that's so strange because in terms of visual art, it's like there's all these like animations that people grew up on and video games that people love, and anime and just all of this stuff, and there's like people who really love fashion and people who have all these like favorite things that have been created and generated by visual artists, and then they're just so cruel, I guess, in the, well, you're going to lose your job to AI. It is what it is. Just get over it. And I'm like, but there's so many things that you hold close, that you care about, that are meaningful to you, that are important, that you love, that brought you joy, that were created by visual artists. And now it's just like, fuck them. Like, we just don't care. We're not going to do anything. We're not going to support them or their plight. And like, we're just kind of going like, oh, well, it is what it is. That is horrible. That's really shitty.
Yeah.
That sucks to see. And I saw an article recently about one of Japan's suicide spots, and someone who was interviewing people at that spot and obviously trying to stop them as well. But there were two different instances of people who were animation students that had felt like AI had ruined their potential career or lives, and that's why they were there.
Mhm.
Um, and so I think it's definitely having an impact on not just people in the industry at the moment, but students who are really concerned about what the future of their industry even looks like. But there's so much more. And the thing is, with the AI music stuff, the music industry is huge and very powerful, and has a lot of money, and when they're taking a lot of different they're taking different companies to court and fighting battles and asking social media companies to remove AI generated music and all this kind of stuff. And so it's slightly different for them because they have a huge industry backing them. With visual artists, it's a little different in terms of that. There's no huge union. It would be really helpful if large visual artists that have been really successful were willing to put together some kind of fund to enable people to launch, run some kind of legal strategy to engage this issue. But yeah, seeing it then with the writers and their concerns around having to make things based on generative AI or their information being fed into different AI programs and then producing the work for them, and the actors with the whole idea of their faces being scanned and then permanently owned by the studios being able to be used in what the fuck ever and them only being paid for the one day. All of that shit is very concerning, and
Yeah.
you see the actual implementation of those things and the real life impact of that right now. And so yeah, I find all of that concerning, and I'm really 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 glad that the writers and actors are on strike at the moment fighting on behalf of that issue, because that's what we need to be doing.
That way, like, there's three different points in there that I wanted to get back to. But like right there is that idea of taking someone's image, scanning it, and then using them is an extra in perpetuity, but only paying that flew in the face of exactly everything that the writers and the actors are talking about regarding residuals. That it seemed comically bad as an idea.
Well, it's like comically evil. It's insane. Like, it's so crazy. It's like, I can't believe you guys even tried to get. And I was like, it's almost like they wanted them to strike.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? Like that makes it seem like they want them to strike, because that's an insane kind of thing to actually put forward, and it's so unreasonable, and it just cuts so many people out of the industry, and it's like ruins, and it's like so many people use that to network, to meet other people, to learn how sets actually work, to get their understanding and get their footing in the industry, and it just is taking that whole opportunity away from people. But some people also spend their whole lives doing background acting, but also they can decide what they want to and not want to, and then do and don't want to be in, and having their image be sold. They could be in things that they find horribly offensive or that they would never do, and just all kinds of shit where it's like, that is so ridiculous and evil, like comically evil,
Right.
to even suggest such a thing. But apparently it's already been being done. They've already been scanning people's like, there was someone on Twitter was talking about how they'd, on a set, they'd had that happen. They'd had their face scanned and been paid for one day. Which is,
yeah, no, like, I mean, I could see it happening. It's plausible, but I also have a general mistrust of people's stories around AI on Twitter at the same time.
Yeah, that's why I was like, someone said on Twitter, apparently,
right.
I choose distancing language when I talk about things that I see on Twitter.
Perfect.
Yeah.
You happen to bring up one of the things that, like, when it happened, I brought it up to my chat and I pointed to it and I said, pay attention to this, because this is going to keep being talked about as an example of the problem. And it's that lawyer who used ChatGPT and did that. This is an instance where someone did something not knowing what they were doing, right? They didn't understand how ChatGPT worked or what they could use it for, and they didn't use it properly. But every single article that leans in an anti-AI way references that instant as an example of, like, the problem with it. And then you just did it there. And like, I understand that kind of thing, but it's like, this is one instance. It's not like, it's a data point. It's, an outlier, because there are people who are using it the way that it should be done, and, quite effectively. And this is a concern that I have around any of this kind of thing.
Well, I will say that I think that it's sometimes when you already have a depth of understanding about something, things can become really obvious to you, and, like, it's just like, well, yeah, we've been talking about AI hallucinating, right? Like, we know that's a thing, and that's one of the things that we're acknowledging as, this is a key issue. But for a lot of people who were caught in that hype thing and oversold and had it shown to them in a way or marketed to them in a way that made it seem like it was to be used for particular things, which we know was really heavily done by OpenAI in terms of the way that they've been promoting ChatGPT, even saying things like Sam Altman at some speech or some panel he was on said that he doesn't even use Wikipedia anymore. He just searches things up on ChatGPT. And so it's like that is incredibly misleading to people in terms of the effectiveness and the utility of ChatGPT. And so I feel like people focusing on that as a core issue and kind of drawing people's attention to it is more about trying to, I feel like, raise awareness of the fact that ChatGPT does hallucinate and that it shouldn't be being used for things where you're actually using the fact-based information in it and then repeating it, or you can't actually use it in that way. And I think that a lot of people did not know that, and so I think that's why it's been focused on and cited so many times, so that people can actually understand that. And I feel like when you already understand, it's kind of old news, but I feel like maybe that's why there's such a focus on it, and it's why I draw attention to it as well, so that people can wrap their head around the fact that it hallucinates, it just makes shit up sometimes. Because I do think that's something that a lot of people did not and do not seem to have an understanding of.
Right. I think my personal greatest issue with the stories of hallucination, and don't get me wrong, I know that it does, but that it is a story of somebody, and the entire presentation of their story on Twitter is that they are anti ChatGPT AI or some aspect of it, and the engagement with the thing is like they haven't made any effort to understand how to use it, and to an extent you can absolutely blame OpenAI for that, right? Like there should be like a lesson plan, like when you log into ChatGPT, it should.
We are the Borg.
Got
Lower your
a
shields
raid
and
coming
surrender
in.
your
Hold on one
ships.
moment.
We will add your biological and technological distinctiveness to our own. Resistance is futile. We are
Welcome Carpe chatters.
Welcome.
You can click that raid link. Shout out Carpe Hex.
Welcome to the Raiders.
And,
Nice to have you here.
We are speaking with Abinadov, who is also a streamer, in addition to like one of the things, and I mentioned this at the end of the Stoner Cast that we were on together, is like only after that did I find out exactly like how qualified you are to speak in the way that you do. But also like you have all the things, right? You're on Twitch, so like ADD is where, or ADHD is where Twitch lives, right? But you're engaging. You can continue to speak. You can. I've watched you during this interview. You've like held a thought in your head while talking for like 5 minutes, and then come back to that thought. It was beautiful and like that. So,
Thank you.
absolutely, give her a follow and like that.
Thank you so much. That's very lovely.
No, I have high hopes for you. Like I'm the old guy, right? Like I'm Twitch dad, and I want one of the kids to do well because that's my thing.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I very, very much appreciate it. It's very wholesome.
Where were we? We were talking about yeah. Okay, so like I really felt like the best way that they could have rolled out ChatGPT is when you log into it for the first time, it actually really talks to you. Like there's a back and forth with it where it explains, what it's capable of, what the concerns are, what could happen, and then also like kind of teaches you how to use it to get best results, because there are a lot of benefits to doing it. And like I feel like a bunch of these new models that are coming out, like Bard having access to the internet, has its own, like better verification system and tends to hallucinate less. And there's also ways you can use ChatGPT to like, double check itself so that it hallucinates less.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't really
Well,
have anywhere to go.
well, they could have, but I think it's a very intentional act to have not.
Mhm.
And I feel like that can't be understated in terms of the way that ChatGPT is being engaged by the broader public, because it's like, and that paper on, I think it was stochastic parrots,
Mhm.
that talked about the risks of generative AI and what might happen in terms of the way that the public would engage it, and that's pretty much what's played out with ChatGPT. And I feel like they're quite cognizant of what it's capable of and what its strengths are versus the way that they're talking about it publicly and the way that it's being marketed. And I think it would have been and could have been really effective to market it in the way that it's accurately applicable, I guess, or the way that it actually works. But I think that that wouldn't have been anywhere near as successful or produced anywhere near as much hype or enabled them to get to anywhere near the level that they've gotten to. And I think that's something that I think that's something that I've definitely heard discussed while listening to different AI ethicists and people talking about AI who are kind of in the industry, is that they seem to feel like, other generative AI programs that weren't as good or that other companies were working on weren't planned to be marketed like that. Like it
Mhm.
was planned to be marketed the way that you were talking about, and the ways that it could actually be effectively used, which is quite remarkable, and definitely not to be understated. And I think that something that gets lost in the conversation for people who are concerned from like an ethical perspective and from a risk perspective, especially people who are focused on current risk, not existential long-term risk, is that it's not necessarily sorry, I think I lost my train of thought actually. Yeah, I've lost my train of thought about what I was saying. I was talking about is that the way that it's currently being marketed to people is, you know is harmful. It is likely to produce risk. I think that's what I was talking about. I completely, my brain just departed and I lost entirely what I was thinking about. But I think that's what I was talking about. I think I'm 80% sure. But yeah, I think that they intentionally marketed things in a way that was essentially misinformation. And I think that these are the consequences of that. And I think that this choice is really is producing a lot of current day risk. I think that was my overarching point.
Yeah.
Um,
One of the things around, like, because right after ChatGPT came out, the Google was like forced to release Bard, and it performed
yeah,
poorly, and they lost
yeah,
$100 million or $1 billion or whatever it was, some
yeah.
ridiculous amount of money. And like there's that element of market share, and if you don't achieve a certain level of market share and being first to market, then you're going to lose out on those dollars. And from the standpoint of that company, like, you need those dollars in order to do the next thing, and if you don't get it, you got a problem. And like, do you let's get ready, what's your opinion of capitalism?
Oh, just a small question, just a casual question,
Just
nothing
casual.
major. Um, my opinion of capitalism is evolved over the years for sure.
Hmm.
Um, I think that it's bad. I think that the way that we do it now is the worst possible form of it.
Hmm.
I think that, just I'm a socialist. I believe in socialism. I support socialist policies. I think that, the data speaks to the quality of life that people have in socialist countries, especially, in there's a lot of European socialist countries that we have, I think, more accurate data on. I feel
Hmm.
like there's a whole separate thing to get into around kind of the way that the Western media talks about other socialist countries, but I think that we get a more accurate portrayal of what's going on in those socialist countries that are in Europe. So I feel like it's easier to speak to the data in regards to them because it's less disputed, let's
Hmm.
say. But in terms of people's happiness, like the suicide rates, the child literacy rates, there's a whole bunch of stuff that's really consequential, the homelessness rates. There's just a whole bunch of stuff that seems to work really well in socialist societies, and I generally just want people to be happy, and I want people to be housed and safe and have drinkable water, and just Maslow's hierarchy of needs, just that kind of stuff. Just basic stuff. Having their basic human rights met, which is something that I feel like is not necessarily done in capitalist nations. I think that the people in society who are least fortunate live in a very, very horrible circumstance. I think
Mhm.
it's really bad, and I think, you know, in terms of the current day, we have the capitalism in its worst form enables, you know, monopolies and duopolies and that kind of stuff. And I feel like there are forms of capitalism that are less harmful and that are less damaging to people in those positions in society. And I think it's when capitalism and socialism are kind of combined that we can have forms of capitalism that aren't completely horrific, but that's not really exactly what we're living in right now.
Mhm.
And you know, income inequality and wealth inequality has just risen to an insane point. I mean, during the French Revolution, when they were cutting off heads, the poor people were less poor and the rich people were less rich. So that's just like an idea of just how fucking bad income inequality is right now, and wealth inequality actually is. And yeah, so my opinion of capitalism is that it is not great and that I would prefer socialism. And that's like the most diplomatic way that I could possibly say that. But yeah, I think it's the answer to a lot of the reasons why things are so bad for so many people.
Yeah.
And I think the US at the moment is like a case study in the consequences of unchecked capitalism.
One of the things that I talk about is this idea of like in order to fulfill the the ideas that Marx had, and so on and so forth, is this um cyber socialism. Like one of the knocks against planned economies and whatnot is that they are slow to react to changing circumstances, but that companies like Amazon and Walmart use a centrally planned economy that is driven by algorithm, and it is very quick to respond to all those kind of things. And in that process, I actually talked to ChatGPT about we need to, like, AI alignment, like we need it to align it with human values. So it's like, okay, so what do you think, Mr. Robot, AI, what do you think human values are? And it gave me a list of fairly indisputable human values, and I went on from there about what political and economic system it thought should or would encompass those human values, and it came up with social democracy, democratic socialism, and things of that regard.
Those ones,
um
yeah.
yeah, so I like so in that context, it's like the AI is on board, and the Walmart and Amazon are on board. It's just the issue of profit taking seems to have become the bottleneck in all this. Is like, if we could just get past the need to collect money, then we
Well
could
thought.
actually. And I don't know how you feel about it, but like that is my vision for after we get through all this, shenanigans and everything, that we will have a society that where the automation does all this work, and we will be able to, first off, just have the resources in order to exist, but then things like the issue with AI art versus human art becomes an aesthetic question as opposed to a survival one. And I feel
Yeah.
like if we could have that conversation now, there would be like less of the vitriol. Um,
Yeah.
but I don't know that. I don't know if anyone. I'm very empathetic to an artist. Like, you cannot speak like objectively when your belly is empty. Like, I understand where they're coming from. Um, all that is to say, I want to draw something back because you talked earlier about how like social media, YouTube, all these things where people can, basically create their own content. And we're currently have the writer strike and the actor strike. Is there, do you think that there is a potential, thing that could happen out of this where there will be more creators with higher, whatever, quality creations using these tools?
Yeah, I mean, okay, so there's a few things that I want to respond to. I would say one is that a version of society in the future that I think would be better for the majority would be one in which, yeah, AI could be used to do a lot of the things that would otherwise be using human labor, and that people could exist at a certain standard of living, but that would also require the wealthy to be taxed at a much higher rate, and
Mm,
some of that to be redistributed effectively in the
100%.
context of social programs. Right, so we need to address the homelessness issue because there are a number of countries that have an extremely low homelessness rate, and it's because they actually engage the homelessness issue in terms of creating housing and programs and all that kind of stuff. And it's one of those things that, again, we have the solutions for, but not the political will. We don't need People don't need to be homeless. It's something that we have decided not to prioritize from a political standpoint. And so, things like, people making enough programs that mean that people have a certain standard of living, and then having AI be something that is assisting in our ability to keep society running would be great. But again, yeah, it requires there to be a lot of policy that is reorganizing the way that we kind of live in society, and that would be great. Um, I think there's a lack of appetite from people in certain positions of power who just like to wealth hoard um, more than they care about the existence of the rest of the people on the planet or the continued ability for us to live on said planet.
Mhm.
Um, and in the context of, the art and the creativity stuff with AI, I think that it's not that AI should be completely shut out of artistic processes. And I think that people could use it as a tool, and have it be something that they work alongside in the context of creative work. And I think that if people want to use it, they can. If they don't, then they don't have to. But I do think that there's an importance in protecting certain aspects of creative industries, and I think part of the reason is that this AI is producing content based on what's been made in the past. But if people are kind of taken out of those industries, and it's a lot more focused on AI and AI generation, it the source, like, do you know what I mean? The source info, the things that that these AI models are being trained on, the training data, diminish and deplete over time. And so when we have new human experiences, and when we deal with things that we haven't dealt with before, and when we use art, as we always have, to interpret and understand and discuss and frame these issues, be it like, music or film or different books, poetry, whatever it is, or visual art, if we take so many people out of those industries and people lose the incentive to even study these things and all of that kind of stuff, where it becomes something that just isn't really something that we do and focus on, I think that the quality of art would diminish significantly over time because of the lack of people participating, in it as an art form. And
Mhm.
so I feel like the order of things would have to be different in order for it to be like, okay, well, let's look at it from like, how can we work with it and how can we keep people? But there would need to be like a concerted effort of how can we keep people working alongside this and not put too much into it, so that I think enfeeblement was the term, of people not being able to actually do things as well. I think
Mhm.
we need to safeguard the creative arts, and the development and the honing of people's craft, and people knowing how to, and understanding how various processes within different aspects of the industries related to those different areas of art actually work. I think we need to intentionally try to maintain those structures so we can actually maintain the heart of what is art and what makes art beautiful, and makes it resonate with people and makes it meaningful. I think that that needs to be a very intentional and active thing, and not something that's just kind of like, you know, let to see what happens, or allowed to be a battle of, what, like, you know what I mean, like,
Mhm.
almost like the market will decide it. It needs to be instead a very intentional preserving of something,
Yeah,
from my
there
perspective.
is a concern within AI about like when you train AI like too many times on AI generated data that you end up
Hmm.
with like, issues. I've seen
Yeah,
five
like that
times
Rick
or
and
seven
Morty
times.
episode.
Yeah, exactly. So they're like it's almost like the AI needs us to continue to be
Yeah.
creative, at
Yeah.
least at this point in time. Like there could, you know, on a long enough timeline, be like an AI that is, you know, creative or
Yeah.
has a soul or whatever it is that people need. Wouldn't there? Do you think that there would be a natural? Um, I mean, you kind of said this in the, you know, let's just see what happens kind of thing. But like that, if the companies create, you know, milk toast garbage, that people will then gravitate more towards artists, human artists, who will then be able to, like, you know, get a certain level of power and financial, you know, compensation within that? Or do you think like it would enter like almost a McDonald'sification of the art form, where people will just accept what we are given and it doesn't matter if it's
Yeah.
healthy for us?
Yeah. And I also think that there's a few things, but I feel like there are always going to be bad actors, and there are always going to be people who try to take advantage of particular circumstances and create things that worsen existing situations. And if those of us who perceive the risk, kind of want it to be a situation where we'll see what happens, I believe there would be other people who would intervene on that idea and push it in a direction where they would be able to, generate the most amount of profit, or, make their way out of the situation in the best possible position, be whatever the system that we had at the time were. So I I have concern for just kind of leaving things, because I think that a lot of the reason that I even got involved in politics in the first place, and like continued to run for different positions and ended up running for leadership positions, it was never like, oh, I really, really want to be in charge and be in control of all this stuff. A lot of the time it was like I saw other people who I knew were on bullshit, or who would do harmful things, or wouldn't address particular issues, or didn't care about whatever, who would otherwise be in the position, and I wanted to do it so that they didn't. Like I
Mm.
wanted to do it because I knew what the potential of it was, and I also knew what the potential risks were of somebody who either didn't care about things enough, or was too focused on their own, careerist bullshit, to actually focus on what was, in the best interest of the students on the campus, or of the whatever political club, whatever it was at the time. A lot of the time, that's what I was actually motivated by. And I find that a lot of the time, that's what actually gets me going, is that if I don't participate, what's going to happen? That's part of the reason that, I'm an activist and all this stuff, is like I need to be involved, because I don't know what's going to happen if I and other people who are concerned don't, put ourselves in those positions to get involved. And as someone who, like, was a social change designer, and is engaged in like design thinking and that kind of stuff, in building like systems and processes, and all of those kinds of things, it's really, to me, I see systems everywhere. There are systems everywhere, and there are so
Right.
many systems that people think are broken, that are in actuality working exactly as they're intended by the people who both created and operate said systems.
Mhm.
And I feel like there's maybe a lot of times I feel like people have a perception of things just happening or just being, that again are the outcomes of very intentional systems that were designed to produce particular outcomes. And I feel like, in order to protect something that you want to be protected, and in order for the way that things go moving forward to actually work the way that we hope it works, we need to actually create with that in mind. Because, as I said, there are bad actors who will be on the opposite side of things, trying to make it what they want it to be, which might not be what we imagined it to be. And I don't like leaving things to chance.
Mhm.
And so I would think it would be really important to, as I said, like kind of engage in that protectionism stuff, and make make actual rules and regulations and systems, and things that we put in place that actually protect those creative industries, so that in future people can continue to exist in those spaces, and that it's something that we've gone out of our way to say this needs to be preserved. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So yeah, that's kind of my thought on that.
There was actually, since you said that, right before I came on with you, we were talking about a, it was a story from Twitter where the person said that their friend who worked at an audiobook company, that the company was just going to use AI voices for their audiobooks now, and because they could get it for $20 a month, and this person said, we need to legislate in order to prevent. Basically, you could have written this, with what you just said. And so I had a legitimate question to my chat, and maybe I can ask you, and maybe you have an idea. Is what would that kind of legislation in that circumstance look like? You have a company that does audiobooks. They want to use artificial intelligence to voice those audiobooks. How do you legislate them to have to hire people, or whatever you would legislate in that circumstance?
So there's a lot of
There we go.
precedent for protectionist policy. So, it's something that's been done in the past, and it's something that's saved a number of industries in different countries. Something that Australia has done with textbooks, which is a whole thing, because I actually campaigned against it, because university students had really expensive textbooks because they were protecting the publishing industry, right? There was a parallel import restrictions that meant that it cost a hell of a lot to import textbooks that are much cheaper from overseas, and so students were just being, and it's like you can't. Our campaign was that you can't protect an industry at the cost of students, 2/3 of which live below the poverty line. That's unreasonable. But the car industry, there's other industries that have been protected via policy that has very specific language that speaks to and in this context it would be the voice, human participation in this particular industry for roles that relate to you, because you'd want to make it that it was able to be applicable still in the future and didn't need to continuously be amended. So
The
you
potential
use
and the
language that
peril
was kind
here
of broad in a
are
sense,
huge.
that spoke to, if in existing roles that people do, when it comes to, if it's the voice actors in particular, or the people who are doing the voiceovers, it would be that voiceover work, as it pertains to creative works, books and films or whatever the fuck, they would require like 80% of their voices to be done by humans, right? And that there would be legislative consequences put within that like maybe if there was like a funding or like a certification that different industries got, as or something that enabled them to operate in various states, whatever, that they wouldn't be eligible for said certification or said thing that enables them to operate from whatever thing that they need to exist, that would be gated by hitting that percentage, and that would be the kind of policy that you would put forward, like but this protects people's jobs to this extent, and here are the consequences that mean that you're going to have to do it if you want to operate.
So,
Which
go ahead.
no, it's something that I was very what's it called, I can't think of the word, but I liked it a lot. There we go. That's the word that I appreciate. It's not the word, but it's synonymous. But that's something that I used to use a lot in the context of when I used to do policy work, and when I used to advocate on different policy changes, when I used to create different structures for stuff. I would gate things. I would, in order to get people to participate in certain things, and sometimes it would be like, well, how are we going to get people to do X, Y, Z? And when it was the consent module, the university was like, we can't make people do it. And I was like, you can absolutely make them do it. You can. There's a whole bunch of shit people want that you could gate. And even with like there was a bringing in the bystander training thing we had to do, which was a 3-hour training for all of the club executives and people who represented the university, like debate teams, sport teams, that kind of stuff, on sexual assault and harassment, and the bystander effect and their role in it. And the university was like, I don't know how you're going to get the clubs to participate. You can ask them to do it, but you can't make them do it, and blah blah blah. And I was like, we control their funding. Like, we fund the clubs. So make it a requirement to access funding, and we absolutely can make them. So yeah, gating things is one of the best policy ways, in my opinion, to ensure participation and actual, the effectiveness of policy, is to make sure that people are actually beholden to the decision that you've made.
So how do you
Because
tread
there's a lot of policy that doesn't work that way. Sorry.
no? How do you tread that line between legislating to hire the humans to do the voiceover, but not fall into the trap of what you said about the textbook company? Like, where is that? What is the balancer?
Well, there's balance. There is balance, but the issue with that is that it was shifting the cost onto students, and I think it was either something that wasn't considered initially or something that wasn't as big an issue when the policy was created.
Mhm.
And so it's like, there's I don't think that things are ever going to be perfect, and that you don't always get things right on the first try, but that's what amendments are for. And so I think that you can, shift and adjust things over time, but I think it's a good starting point. And the thing as well is that with a lot of policy, there's a thing called like a toothless tiger policy wise, and it's policies that sound really good, or that legislation that sounds really good, in the context of what it will do, and what funding it's passing and what it's leading to implement, but there's no tangibles in terms of the actual implementation to make it that those things have to happen. And so there's a whole bunch of examples, but like for because I'm English but I live in Australia, just for context and the accent location thing. But the there was a policy. Damn, I've almost complete. Sorry, I ADHD. Sometimes I completely lose my train of thought. But I was talking about toothless tiger policy. Oh, right. So after the Australian fires in 2020, the huge, thing that was it was the biggest thing before COVID.
Right.
The government passed, the Conservative government at the time passed a whole bunch of money for people whose houses have been burned down to rebuild their houses, and everyone was like, "Great, look at them actually giving a fuck. They're going to rebuild people's houses. We love to see it." But then they just didn't do it. But the language and the policy passed all the money and said that they, all these things, but it didn't have tangibles like it will be delivered by this date or X. You know what I mean? There wasn't
Mhm.
stuff within it that actually tied it to action. And so that's why I was saying about like the gating it and stuff like that, because it's the only, in my opinion, ways to actually get these policies to be of weight. But in terms of the as I talked before about the language in terms of not wanting to be having to be constantly amended, but if it doesn't work, then you change it. Do you know what I mean? If it's shifting the cost or the harm onto somebody else, then you change it, because that was the issue with the textbooks policy. But I do think that we need a lot more protectionist policy at the moment in the context of the risks of AI, in particular the creative industries, because
Mhm.
yeah, we can address the issue in terms of livelihood with other industries, but this is a different thing. This is about the human experience and joy and expression and all of that really, core stuff to who we are.
So with with everything as it is right now, it's wild out there, right? Like
Mm.
it's hot, or I don't know if it's what the temperature is like because um
It's winter in
it's
Australia.
winter, but it's hot in the northern hemisphere right now,
And yes, it is a huge heat wave. It is very insane.
and COVID's still going on, and now the AI and
Yes.
the robots are coming for everybody's jobs, and capitalism is run amok, amok, amok. Do you
Mhm.
find yourself as a like a hopeful person, or is more of a doomer?
Oh no, I'm an eternal optimist. There's this survey that happens every year in Australia where it's huge. I think it's every year. It's regularly, and it's huge, and it's like the biggest nationals. There's all these stats about it. Whatever, they interview a lot of people. It's like a survey that you can do online, and it tells you where you sit compared to everybody else on a whole number of different issues. And in terms of optimism, it said that I think it was 96% more optimistic than the general Australian public. And the thing is that yeah, I am a deeply optimistic person. I think said this before, but like the thing I believe in most, if anything is change, is like the human ability to create and to engage in and to produce successful change. And we've done it so many times. Like we've changed our entire systems in the way that government works and the way that society works. And there's been huge shifts in what's socially acceptable and what's not socially acceptable, and just a whole bunch of stuff. And I just feel like we're in a horrible situation now, but what we have a really good precedent for is our ability to change our circumstances. And I feel like it's like I need I need to believe, it's like to fuel myself and to keep doing what I do. It's like you can get really bogged down in how horrible and dark everything is, but I also understand that if the people who came before me didn't fight the fights they fought and weren't willing to just keep going, even though it can be like demoralizing and it can be frustrating and there can be lots of setbacks and you don't always win every fight. If they had like just given up and tapped out, I wouldn't even be in the position that I am in now to actually do what I'm doing. And so I keep pushing and going in part so that the people who come after me can, pick up where I left off and keep fighting the good fight. But Yeah, no, I think we can pull this shit back. I think we can overcome it all. And I think that believing, and the other thing is that, there's a lot of data. Like, there's a lot of studies, there's a lot of shit to back up the idea that if you believe in something, it's much more likely to happen. And it's, there's a whole bunch of stuff, and there's different things that people believe in, but from a scientific perspective, it's like the self-fulfilling prophecies, and like the whole power of positive thinking thing comes down to the fact that if we believe something and if we think that we can do it, we're more likely to, push ourselves actively in that direction and do things that make that possible, and actually make the decision of, yes, I'm gonna keep going, I'm gonna keep pushing, and that kind of stuff, and the belief kind of gets you there. And there's all this, like, the placebo effect is like the most powerful psychological effect, and there's all these other studies that relate to people surviving when they have terminal illnesses, and people who don't think they're going to survive or think it's unlikely are the most likely to die. And then people who are very religious, and people who really, really believe in themselves and the fact that they're going to survive have the highest rate of survival, and it's because they think it will. And so it's like, with me and with all the work I do and all the stuff that I've kind of dedicated my life to thus far, my believing in its ability to be successful in the long term is part of what keeps me doing it. And so, yeah, I'm a very optimistic person, and I think we can do it. I think we can get it done.
So we've been going for an hour and a half.
Mhm.
Was there anything that you wanted to touch on that we haven't touched on? Before I let you go.
I think I'm good. I would just, hope that people would give the Twitch stream a follow, and there's a link tree there that has my YouTube channel and my Discord server and all that kind of stuff. So if people are interested in following the YouTube channel, the first video should be up in the next month. When I've done my hair and all that kind of stuff. It's how companies have distracted you from the issues, and I'm very excited to make it. And yeah, focus on the oil and gas industries, the plastics industry, the tobacco industry, and the food industry. And it should be interesting. I'm excited for that. And thank you so much for having me on today. I really, really appreciate it. And yeah, I think that's everything.
No, it's absolutely been my pleasure. This was everything I could have hoped for. I look forward to speaking with you again in the future. I'm sure we'll run into
That'd be
each other,
great.
and like that. So, thank you for coming, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
Take care.
Bye bye.
So, I hope you enjoyed that conversation. I enjoy doing these kind of conversations. I enjoy. This is what I live for on Twitch. I've always felt like having a conversation with another person allows not only myself to like not fall into the trap of the self-reinforcing arguments and everything else, but also like I love getting other people's perspectives. I've always enjoyed creating a space where people can feel comfortable, like that kind of thing. And I think Twitch has given me a great opportunity. Abena is wonderful. Make sure you give them a follow, and like that. Right now, I need to take a little bit of a break, and then we're gonna carry on. We've got some news we still have to get to, and some video. There's so much AI content still to come. If this is your first time here, make sure you hit that follow button. You see my sub goal. It's 25. It's currently 29 to 25. So I'm good. If you want to sub to get the fun emotes that you see people using, cool. Otherwise, like, the only time I bring it up is, when it gets below 25. So that, like that. I appreciate all of you. I will be back in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Earlier you told Dr. Bryce something about Globus.
The Globus never sleeps.
No one was in here. Everyone was asleep.
The Globus never sleeps.
We will show them that it is feasible The budget is nothing more or less than a plan for spending our money. A plan which can and must be adapted to meet our needs.
Earlier you told Dr. Bryce something about Globus.
The Globus never sleeps.
When the pandemic struck, Globus was well placed to respond.
The Globus never sleeps.
The time has come for mankind to take longer strides. We must move further down the line.
Earlier you told Dr. Bryce something about Globus.
The Globus never sleeps.
No one was in here. Everyone was asleep.
The Globus never sleeps.
Globus is embarking on a new chapter.
The Globus never sleeps.
And we're back. Alrighty. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. All right, so we will. There is a bunch of news, and I feel like it would be a disservice to not go over the news for people who don't stay up on the things that are going on. And then we'll get into some video. All right, let's have at it. Okay, Adobe asked the Senate to outlaw copying an artist's style. Adobe also developed a surveillance tool that could be used to determine if copyright infringing AI models were used.
We believe artists should be protected against this type of economic harm, and we propose Congress establish a new federal anti-impersonation right that would give artists the right to enforce against someone intentionally attempting to impersonate their style or likeness. Holding people accountable who misuse AI tools is a solution we believe goes to the heart of some of the issues our customers have. And this new right would help address that concern. We believe artists should be protected against this type of economic harm.
So, I look at this, right? And because I am naturally distrustful of corporations and I expect them to behave in their own interests, I apply the Disney rule when I hear stuff like this. Like, this person is very excited about this, and I see how it could be used, like 100% to defend an artist's right. Okay, like I am aware of that. But I also, if you are familiar with the music industry and how various court cases have been used against other artists for stuff that, like, kind of could maybe possibly sound like what the other artist had done. And there's, like, you know, there's only so many ways to construct music, and, like, you're going to run up against similarities. My concern always is around copyright is how it can be used as a cudgel as opposed to as a shield, right? Like, this is ultimately what has happened with Disney and their use of copyright to extend it out, you know, for longer and longer periods of time and like broader and broader uses of it, and that's it. Like, I have nothing to say because we have to see how this would develop, right? And this is different, like copying an artist's style. Okay, so if you as an artist were to create like something that looked like Miyazaki, right? Like some Studio Ghibli kind of thing. And you happen to become successful in that style, could this be used for Studio Ghibli to come after your stuff, right? Do we have to stay away? And where does parody fall? Like, where does fair use fall? All these things. There's an artist that I follow who is adamantly against artificial intelligence in art, and also incorporates Mario Brothers, is specifically Toad, into their artwork. So it's like, where I feel like everyone has a certain, I don't want to say hypocrisy, more of like a duality, that our instincts and our feelings have no problem determining the idea of heuristics, determining what is one and what is the other, but like that under legality ends up in a much stranger place. So, well, everything right now is up in the air, and we have to see how things develop, and that's how we're living. Yeah, fake chat GPT and AI pages on Facebook are spreading info stealers. This is always a concern. Please, I'm begging of you, is if you want a particular product, you got to go get it from the people who are legitimate, right? It was one of my concerns. I understand what's happening with the streaming service and the password sharing and the idea of piracy. I allegedly may have made use of a bunch of this stuff back in the days of Napster and uTorrent and everything else like that. You have to seriously be careful, because I saw, the joke, what is it, the meme format. I get this one, right? This meme format, trade offer, right? I get a cracked copy of a piece of software. You get a foothold onto my computer, right? Like, the homie Kaiputer talks about cybersecurity all the time, and it's just, you're going to do whatever you're going to do. Just be goddamn careful. That's all I got. I can't make you not do it. And this stuff spreading on Facebook, we all know there is no ChatGPT app for Android. You know that a lot of people who are on Facebook are, in the politest way possible, let's say, low skill when it comes to determining what is legitimate and illegitimate, and like that, and what is going to do exactly this. Like, it's going to spread malware on their computer. We had this thing. Let's see if I can find it. There's another meme. I can't find it. Not taskbar from hell, I guess. It's a joke. I don't want to spend too much time working on a joke. Anyways, basically, back in the day, you would go and every website had its own little taskbar that you could install, and you would come and see like someone who knew nothing about how to function on the internet, and they would have like a bunch of different taskbars, and they would have so many background processes running. I don't want to go back to that, and that's where this has potential to go. So, yeah, it's fun to dunk on people who are still on Facebook, but check on your grandma. Check on, your elders who are still out there, because we all suffer. I'm going to throw that in the Discord. Oh, by the way, for those of you not familiar, every article, every video, everything ends up. This is the one. Thank you, old lobster. In the Discord will be all the articles, everything. So if you want to see any of these things that I might not cover on stream or might not cover in depth, then you can find them there. This is exactly what I'm talking about, right? This was back when Yahoo was a search engine. There's Ask Jeeves. So this wasn't even like illegitimate, because every illegitimate company, or like shit that would route your shit to weird places had its own thing. But yeah, it was just like this. This is not a dramatization. I've seen this, right? Everyone had their own little task search bar before Google kind of wiped them all out, and this kind of thing disappeared from the internet. Apple. Apple has its own ChatGPT, according to a report. I said before, you're going to be looking at AI-driven, AI-capable phones by next year at the latest. I would say that this is another indication of that. All that said, Apple hasn't finalized a plan for rolling out features driven by Ajax, its service. To consumers. Apple execs are leading teams that are working on figuring all that out, reportedly with the intent to announce something in 2024. And again, like we talked about earlier, market share is a thing. If Android has an AI-driven phone and it's effective, then that gives them an edge over Apple. People are going to want Apple to have that kind of thing. So it's going to push them to release that, hopefully not before it's ready. This is ultimately the issue. What else we got? Here's a concerning thing. OpenAI's head of trust and safety steps down. A lot of trust and safety people stepping down or getting fired. This is an issue, right? Like, this is not cool. This particular individual says he's going to spend time with family. They took over the role at OpenAI in February after working at Airbnb and Facebook. So I don't know how skilled he was. Considering my opinion of Facebook's trust and safety, But here we are. If you've ever been on Facebook and reported anything, it's questionable at best. But we need more trust and safety, not less. There's a huge thing going on over at Blue Sky related to exactly that. A computer chip with built-in brain tissue gets military funding. Last year, Monash University scientists created the DishBrain, a semi-biological computer chip with some 800,000 human and mouse brain cells lab-grown into its electrodes. We talked about this previously with the idea of brain organelles. And I just talked about this, I believe, on Wednesday it was, talking about that we may see a future in which there's a biological, technological hybrid like that. Demonstrating something like sentience, it learned to play Pong within 5 minutes. The mini electrode array at the heart of the DishBrain was capable both of reading activity in the brain cells and stimulating them with electrical signals. So the research team set up a version of Pong where the brain cells were fed a moving electrical stimulus to represent the side of the screen the ball was on and how far away from the paddle it was. They allowed the brain cells to act on the paddle, moving it left and right. Then they set up a very basic reward system using the fact that small clusters of brain cells tend to try to minimize unpredictability in their environment. So if the paddle hit the ball, the cells would receive a nice, predictable stimulus. But if it missed, the cells would get 4 seconds of totally unpredictable stimulation. It was the first time lab-grown brain cells had been used this way, being given not only a way to sense the world, but to act on it, and the results were impressive. Impressive enough that research undertaken in partnership with Melbourne startup Cortical Labs has now attracted a $407,000 grant from Australia's National Intelligence and Security Discovery Research Grants. So this is a worldwide kind of thing with people using AI and more advanced systems in their military applications. The outcomes of such research would have significant implications across multiple fields, such as, but not limited to, planning, robotics, advanced automation, brain-machine interfaces, and drug discovery, giving Australia a significant strategic advantage. Ooh. For those of you who do use ChatGPT, and I do want to make sure that I clearly state my position, I do recommend using artificial intelligence and the chatbots and everything else in whatever capacity you can to improve your the likelihood that you are going to continue to have a job, the common saying now is that you're not going to lose your job to AI, you're going to lose your job to someone who knows how to use AI. And whether it's hype or accurate, imagine if you never learned how to Google something, exactly. Or like, it used to be that they would ask you if you knew how to copy paste, right? Like this was a thing. And that was one of the determining questions on whether or not you would get a call center job, because call center jobs are filled with copy pasting. So ChatGPT has a feature, if you want to use it, it's called custom instructions, and it gives you a place to tell your chatbot the things it should always know about you and how you'd like it to respond to your question. Features in beta, works everywhere ChatGPT does. It should be particularly helpful on mobile devices and is available today in an opt-in, thank you, basis to ChatGPT Plus subscribers everywhere but the UK in the EU. The easiest way to think about it is as a sort of permanent preamble to your queries. Instead of crafting a long question to ChatGPT with all the context and information required, just add that context and information to your custom instructions and it'll be there every time. So this is one of those things like what I said earlier. It is a matter of how do you properly use ChatGPT to have it be the most effective. There are a bunch of videos, there are a bunch of articles. Again, it's all available in the Discord, but if you don't want to take advantage of that, you can find them on YouTube. Just use someone who's reliable. I recommend someone like Matt Wolf, we're going to actually watch a video of his in a little bit, but like there are a lot of people making AI content. Everyone has to do AI content now. If you don't do AI content, then you're not, on top of things. World of Warcraft players trick AI scraping games website into publishing nonsense. There's two aspects about this, right? Like there's this company, where's it? Z-League, right? Z-League is an AI generated, it scrapes the information, publishes articles, so on and so forth. This is like the worst case scenario for what people want to want to have happen, right? The World of Warcraft subreddit recently realized that a website, zleague.gg, I'm not linking to it, which runs a blog attached to some of the gaming, to some sort of gaming app, attached to some of sort of gaming app. See, please learn to proofread your shit. You're killing me. Which is its main business, has been scraping Reddit threads, feeding them through an AI, and summarizing them with key takeaways and regurgitated paragraphs that all follow the same format. It's gross, yet it generates an article long enough with enough keywords to show up in Google. So then the Redditors found out about this, got annoyed, as they are wont to do, and made a lengthy thread discussing the arrival of Glorbo into the game. And it worked. Z-League auto-published a post titled World of Warcraft, players excited for Glorbo's introduction, and then the key takeaways. So, it's fun, right? Like this is the users countering the AI scraper, rah-rah the users against the AI. But in the way that you are going to increasingly see the use of AI tools to aggregate information, even in a positive context, that a directed group could manipulate information being fed into the AI that comes out the other end. Right? Like, this happens to be so implausible if you're in the World of Warcraft sphere. If this was a more believable thing in a different space, this could be like Facebook on crack. Like just going hard with a bunch of bullshit that gets picked up by the the AI and incorporated into people who are legitimately trying to really report on real things professionally, but can't access the individual pieces of data on their own. There's just too much information, right? The AI will be able to help synthesize that too much information into something more workable, but this is the negative aspect that can disrupt the best of intentions. And you're going to see more AI tools. Like, that's the genie is way, way out of the bottle. Top tech firms commit to AI safeguards amid fears over pace of change. Joe Biden announced Meta, Amazon, and OpenAI, among others, had agreed to 8 measures to encourage responsible practices. We'll see what this looks like in practice, but they are using watermarking on audio and visual content to help identify content generated by AI, allowing independent experts to try and push models into bad behavior, a process known as red teaming, sharing trust and safety information with the government and other companies, investing in cybersecurity measures. This is a huge thing because these two, trust, safety, and cybersecurity, these issues are not sexy. They don't provide dividends. This has always been an issue in tech, right? They don't want to put money into something that doesn't generate resources coming back. And so, like, if we want to start with some sort of regulation and legislation, it should be some kind of minimum standards. As Avana said, like, if you want to operate in this country, then you need to hit these minimum standards around this. And then that would be a good place to start. And across the board, like, I cannot, again, go follow Kaiputer and they will tell you how abysmal a lot of the cybersecurity is around a lot of things that would make you very uncomfortable to know about. Encouraging third parties to uncover security vulnerabilities, reporting societal risks such as inappropriate uses and bias, prioritizing research on AI societal risks, and using the most cutting-edge AI systems, known as frontier models, to solve society's greatest problems. This last one sounds great from one point of view, but I can also see how it could, you know, like, whose opinion about society's greatest problem? Like, one of the problems that I have, and I figure is society's greatest problem, is weaponizing AI. But I don't expect anyone's government is going to back away from weaponizing AI. So, history would indicate that many tech companies do not actually walk the walk on a voluntary pledge to act responsibly and support strong regulations. So, we shall see how that goes. All right, that's it for news. Let us do video. And we're going to start off with Cat Royale Day 7. And if you don't know what that means, we'll explain it to you.
Welcome to the highlights of Day 7 of Cat Royale. Can AI make cats happier? Every day, Clover, Pumpkin, and Ghostbuster spend a few hours inside this utopia for cats. An artificial intelligence offers games for the cats using a robot arm and tries to make the cats happier. This is Cat Royale. It's 7 days in, and like good Big Brother contestants, the cats have forgotten about the cameras and the unusual room they're in. They're just living their best life. Clover, audacious as ever, finds new ways to enter the den. And she and the orange toy bird have a powerful connection. Ghostbuster is still bossing it, and the AI plays its strongest card for him with the helicopter toy. Like Clover, he's got the hang of pulling a toy off the rack when he wants a bit of extra playtime. The artists bought and tested over 80 toys for Cat Royale, but after a day or two where the AI was having less success at offering games that the cats enjoyed, it was time to break out the big guns. At 4 PM on day 7, the robot deployed a piece of string.
Cats love string.
Join us tomorrow at 8 PM UK time to see whether string is the future of AI. See you soon.
Seriously, you can totally not bother with any of the fancy toys. Though, like, some of them do appreciate, like, the catnip mouse where you can put the catnip inside it, or even a catnip mouse that you can, like, rub in the catnip. But get yourself like a 3-foot, 4-foot piece of string, make a little loop in it, tie a knot, hang it on your finger, and just whip your hand around a little bit, and it will entertain them for hours, and it's significantly cheaper. And you still have the string. All right, next up, this is 2-Minute Papers. This is from 3 years ago. This is an old thing, but this is an example of self-learning within an AI system, and I'll let them explain the rest.
Dear fellow scholars, this is 2-Minute Papers with Károly Zsolnai Fehér. In this project, OpenAI built a hide-and-seek game for their AI agents to play. While we look at the exact rules here, I will note that the goal of the project was to pit 2 AI teams against each other and hopefully see some interesting emergent behaviors. And boy, did they do some crazy stuff. The coolest part is that the 2 teams compete against each other, and whenever one team discovers a new strategy, the other one has to adapt. Kind of like an arms race situation, and it also resembles generative adversarial networks a little. And the results are magnificent, amusing, weird. You'll see in a moment. These agents learn from previous experiences, and to the surprise of no one, for the first few million rounds, we start out with pandemonium. Everyone just...
I want to point that out, right? Like, when I talk about time scales and the difference between learning, humans learning and artificial intelligence learning, said for the first few million rounds, that is the time scales that we're talking about for these different things to learn stuff and the opportunities they have once you put them in deployment to continue to act, right? Like, this is why once AI has at least human level capability in a particular domain, it will outperform the human being on those merits. It doesn't get tired. Humans, you come into work, maybe you had a good breakfast and everything, so you're like, your energy level is high, and then it gradually degrades over time because you're doing the work and you're worn down by, just the process, and you're getting hungrier, and then lunchtime comes and maybe you go back up again, or maybe you're a little sleepy depending on what you ate and like that. So there's like almost like a roller coaster waveform that forms from how human beings work. You don't feel good, you got sick, you're having an off day, you're thinking about things unrelated to work. AI doesn't do any of that. AI just does the task at whatever level and continues to do it. And it doesn't take lunch, and it doesn't get sick, and it doesn't get distracted, and doesn't get tired, and doesn't go home.
Just running around aimlessly. Without proper strategy and semi-random movements, the seekers are favored and hence win the majority of the games. Nothing to see here. Then, over time, the hiders learned to lock out the seekers by blocking the doors off with these boxes and started winning consistently. I think the coolest part about this is that the map was deliberately designed by the OpenAI scientists in a way that the hiders can only succeed through collaboration. They cannot win alone, and hence they are forced to learn to work together, which they did quite well. But then, something happened. Did you notice this pointy, doorstop-shaped object? Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Well, probably, and not only that, but about 10 million rounds later, the AI also discovered that it can be pushed near a wall and be used as a ramp, and ta-da! Got him! The Seeker started winning more again. So, the ball is now back on the court of the hiders. Can you defend this? If so, how? Well, these resourceful little critters learned that since there is a little time at the start of the game when the Seekers are frozen, apparently, during this time, they cannot see them, so why not just sneak out, steal the ramp, and lock it away from them? Absolutely incredible. Look at those happy eyes as they are carrying that ramp. And you think it all ends here? No, not even close. It gets weirder. Much weirder. When playing a different map, a Seeker has noticed that it can use a ramp to climb on the top of a box, and this happens. Do you think couch surfing is cool? Give me a break. This is box surfing. And the scientists were quite surprised by this move, as this was one of the first cases where the Seeker AI seems to have broken the game. What happens here is that the physics system is coded in a way that they are able to move around by exerting force on themselves, but there is no additional check whether they are on the floor or not, because who in their right mind would think about that? As a result, something that shouldn't ever happen does happen here. And we are still not done yet. This paper just keeps on giving. A few 100 million rounds later, the hiders learned to separate all the ramps from the boxes. Dear fellow scholars, this is proper box surfing defense. Then, lock down the remaining tools and build a shelter. Note how well rehearsed and executed this strategy is. There is not a second of time left until the Seekers take off. I also love this cheeky move where they set up the shelter right next to the Seekers, and I almost feel like they are saying, yeah, see this here? There's not a single thing you can do about it. In a few isolated cases, other interesting behaviors also emerged. For instance, the hiders learned to exploit the physics system and just chuck the ramp away. After that, the Seekers go, what? What just happened? But don't despair, and at this point, I would also recommend that you hold on to your papers, because there was also a crazy case where a Seeker also learned to abuse a similar physics issue and launch itself exactly onto the top of the hiders. Man, what a paper! This system can be extended and modded for many other tasks too, so expect to see more of these fun experiments in the future. We get to do this for a living, and we are even being paid for this. I can't believe it. In this series, my mission is to showcase beautiful works that light a fire in people. And this is, no doubt, one of those works. Great idea, interesting, unexpected results, crisp presentation. Bravo OpenAI, love it. So, did you enjoy this? What do you think? Make sure to leave a comment below.
Alright, let's do tons of AI news that you probably missed from my man Matt Wolf, since he brought it out.
For the second week in a row, we've had an insane
today.
amount of AI news drop, and as you can see by my tabs above, we got a lot to cover, so let's get right into it. At the end of last week, Meta announced a new image model called Chameleon. The model is capable of text-to-image, and as you can see from their examples, they're kind of flexing on some of the other text-to-image models by generating an image of a hand and also generating an image with the text 1991 in it. But Chameleon isn't only capable of doing text to image, it can also do text guided image editing. So you can see here they give an initial input and then they give the prompt, what would she look like as a bearded man? And it generates this image. put a pair of sunglasses. She looks 100 years old. Apply face paint. And so adding the additional text combined with the image, you can actually tweak the images with this. This model can also do text tasks. They gave it this image of a dog holding a stick and asked, what is the dog carrying? And it told them a stick. Described the given image in very fine detail. In this image, there's a dog holding a stick in its mouth. There is grass on the surface. In the background of the image, there are trees. It can also do some pretty advanced stuff. Like, look at this prompt. Generate high quality image of a room that has a sink and a mirror in it with bottle at location. And then it's actually got location information in the prompt. And then you can see it actually places it based on the prompt locations that was given. It's also got segmentation to image. Here's some other examples of images that were prompted with it, which in my opinion look pretty dang impressive. Now, this model doesn't work like any of the other existing text to image models out there, like diffusion models that we're used to with Stable Diffusion and DALL-E and Midjourney. And it's not using GAN models either, which was sort of the popular way to do it before diffusion models came on the scene. This uses what's called an autoregressive model. So if you think of a diffusion model, like you get a solid image of noise and pixels, and you sort of remove all the pixels until it sort of becomes the image that you want. Then you think of GANs, the general adversarial networks, where essentially you have two AIs that are kind of competing against each other. One's trying to create the image, one's trying to tell if the image is fake or not, and they go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth until the one that's trying to detect whether it's fake or not can no longer determine that the image is not a real image. That's what GAN models in an oversimplified way do. Where an autoregressive model you can almost think of as like when you print something on your printer, it prints line by line by line. Well, this prints pixel by pixel by pixel and adds more and more pixels until it comes to the image that you're trying to generate. Now, again, super oversimplification of this. Just know that it's a completely different sort of model than what we're already seeing with tools like Stable Diffusion, Midjourney, and DALL-E. Meta also mentions that all of the training for their Chameleon model has been trained with Shutterstock data that's only using licensed images and text data. So
and this was the thing that I talked about before, is like the companies have, so Adobe is the first company, and this was a couple weeks ago, where they said that their AI is only trained on the stuff that they own and stuff that is in the public domain. And other companies like OpenAI followed suit by making a deal with Shutterstock to do basically the same thing. They're going to train their models on what they own and whatever is in the public domain. You're going to continue to see that, and anything from before these deals were made, they'll handle with licensing and compensation. I haven't seen anything that's going to challenge that, especially in light of the judge's ruling about the recent art lawsuit. We'll see how that develops.
essentially, they're not using images that were just scraped from the internet. They're using images that were licensed and they were allowed to use from Shutterstock's data that they were given permission to use. There's nothing in their announcement or in their paper that mentions when us consumers might get access to this, but it looks to be some pretty promising technology that might actually fix a lot of the shortfalls of the existing text-to-image models. Also, last week, while I was flying home from Colorado, Elon Musk did a Twitter space where he gave a little bit more information on what we can expect from his new AI startup, xAI. Now, since I wasn't on the Twitter space myself, I leveraged my good friend Claude to help summarize what came out of that Twitter space. Here's a few of the notable bullet points. Elon announced that his new startup will collaborate with Tesla on silicon and software fronts. Silicon sort of referring to the processors he's going to use. xAI will use Twitter data for training a maximally curious AI system. Tesla.
So, your Twitter data is going to be used to train the Musk AI. That may cause you to not want to use Twitter anymore, or it may cause you to want to have your data incorporated into the data set. I am partial to the latter.
Tesla is building custom silicon that is 3 to 5 times more capable than current hardware. The next version will be 4 to 5 times more capable. Typically, silicon refers to like GPUs, so it sounds like they're going to go head to head against companies like NVIDIA and AMD. Tesla's supercomputer called Dojo will be used for AI.
Now, I don't trust any of this as far as I can throw it. Elon has well passed the I trust that he is anywhere near any of the things he says he is going to do. All of the stuff that comes out of anything associated with him is a I'll believe it when I see it kind of item. So that is the context in which I view all this.
Training with data from Tesla vehicles. He wants their AI to understand the physical world beyond just the internet using data like Tesla driving data, which is fascinating to me. So essentially tying that all together, Tesla is going to use data from Twitter. They're creating their own sort of supercomputers and silicon to train this stuff. And they're also going to use driving data from Tesla. And from what I can tell, there's no real information about when we can expect access to this or when this will actually be unveiled for people to start using. Now, moving into this week, Wix, the popular website builder, announced that they're adding AI into their platform, where you can essentially do text to entire website. And here's a quick demo of what Wix proposes that we can expect with it. Hi, I'm Wix AI. I'm here to assist you in getting your site up and running. What are you building a website for? I want to build a website for Onyx Online Fitness. We provide dynamic online classes and in-person workouts. Our trainers are certified and we offer a variety of classes. That's great. Are there any more details about your business that I should take into account? We have a variety of fitness activities. Our fitness classes are led by professional athletes. Here's several images. Generate site. And then it just goes and generates the site for you. It just asks a handful of questions, goes back and forth, and creates an entire site for you. So Wix is kind of next level here. I've never really thought I would be talking about Wix. I've always been much more of a WordPress and more recently a Webflow guy, but Wix is really stepping up their game here with this, where you can just use their bot assistant here, tell it exactly what you want from a website. It'll give you different theme options. You just have conversations with their little sidebar, and it's going to build out your whole dang website for you. They say, show me other layouts, please. It says, sure, here's some more options. They ask for a round layout. It generates a whole new layout. And then look at this page that it generates. It's even got some like parallax effects on the page. And I mean, it's a solid looking website. It's a fairly impressive website, all with just some text prompts. I've made a handful of videos in the past where I talked about
It's worth a look. It could be interesting. It could be like a demo video is a demo video. Your mileage may vary until you actually get involved with it. If anybody does decide to mess around with Wix and their AI assisted web page generation, you know, feel free to report back. Either you can do it in chat or you can do it in the Discord. I'm only one person and I can only do so much, and I have an entirety of other stuff going on as well. But this is like, now I'm not saying that tomorrow the job of a web designer is gone, but you can see how if that thing does everything that it says it does, or even comes close, you're no longer talking to a human being to generate you a website. There is a tremendous amount of convenience, frictionlessness. People are people, and they do sometimes react badly to other people. We'll see how it goes.
About Microsoft 365 Copilot. Well, Microsoft just announced what the price is going to be. It's going to be about $30 per month per user, which is going to be really interesting to see because Google is sort of launching similar features into their Google Workspace, and $30 a month per user seems fairly high, especially if Google only launches it for like $10 a month. It'll be interesting to see how that battle plays out. Now, what's probably the largest news in the AI world this week is that Meta and Microsoft have sort of joined forces to put out Llama 2, which is a sort of open source competitor to ChatGPT. Now, I say sort of open source because Meta themselves say that this is the next generation of open source large language model, and it's free to use for research and commercial use. There are actually some terms inside of the license agreement that many are arguing make it not actually open source. For example, they say you will not use the Llama materials or any output or result of the Llama materials to improve any other language model. So you can't really combine it with other language models or use it to improve those. If you use it for a product that ends up having greater than 700 million monthly active users in the preceding calendar month, you must request a license from Meta, which Meta may grant to you in its sole discretion. And basically, they're going to take away your rights to use it if you ever try to sue them. So I would say for most people, for all intents and purposes, it's pretty open source. If you have 700 million monthly active users, Facebook's probably going to be pretty willing to work with you at that point anyway. Not a ton of products reach that level. But I think the bigger question that I had when I heard this announcement was more, why is Microsoft working together with Meta when Microsoft is already in partnership with OpenAI? Wouldn't this essentially cannibalize some usage of Bing Chat, cannibalize some usage of ChatGPT, which Microsoft is heavily invested in? Well, Alex here makes some great points about this announcement. This will likely knock out a lot of competition. Mosaic, Red Pajama, etc. are in major trouble. What's brilliant about it for Microsoft is that they have their Azure suite of cloud computers, and now they're going to have OpenAI running all of their models on the Azure infrastructure. I mean, part of their $10 billion investment in OpenAI was actually given to them in compute credits, essentially. And now working with Meta and Llama 2, they're going to have people building their open source models also on Microsoft Azure's clouds. I always say that wrong. I don't know if it's Azure or Azure, whatever.
Azure.
Alex here makes the point that with this partnership, they now have exclusive partnerships with the top large language models, OpenAI and Meta, priority access to NVIDIA's GPUs, and strategic assets like GitHub and Azure. So while I'll never underestimate Google, this move by Microsoft, where now they've got this sort of closed source large language model under their thumb, they've got this sort of open source large language model partnered with Meta under their thumb. They're working closely with NVIDIA for GPUs on their Azure cloud servers. They sort of now have the whole large language model generative AI world under their umbrella. So likely a pretty damn smart move by Microsoft. Now, if you're wondering if you can actually use Llama 2 right now, well, you can. You can head on over to Hugging Face. There's a space called Llama 2 70B chatbot. I'll make sure it's linked up in the description below so you can go mess around with it. In most of the testing, it doesn't quite perform as well as ChatGPT or Claude or some of the other more popular models that are out there right now, but it's open source and people will be building and iterating off of it and making it better. Why would someone use this chat model instead of ChatGPT? Safety, bias, factual accuracy, ethical considerations, customization, privacy. It actually cut off in my test here, but you can actually go and use Llama 2 yourself and play around with it. At the moment, I'm still more of a Claude guy myself. I've been using Claude 2 a lot. It's almost my go-to, and then ChatGPT has almost become my second go-to. But I am always excited about open source stuff, because when we see open source stuff, it means that other smart people could build off of it, iterate off of it, and create something bigger and better than the original thing that was created. So I'm excited to see where people take this Llama 2 and iterate it into other really cool stuff. You know, speaking of large language models, there was this paper that came out this week about how is ChatGPT's behavior changing over time. And essentially the paper came to the conclusion that it's been getting worse and worse at math. It actually shows that back in March, it answered this question: is 17,077 a prime number? Think step by step and then answer yes or no. It was actually answering this question properly back in March 97.6% of the time, and in June only answered it correctly 2.4% of the time. Confusingly, GPT 3.5, what should be a lesser model, only answered it 7.4% of the time correctly back in March, but now actually answers it correctly 86.8% of the time. Here's another math problem that was given back in March. It answered it more often accurately, and in June less accurately. And then given that same problem with GPT 3.5, it was answering more accurately in March and less accurately in June. So the argument of this paper here is that ChatGPT is getting dumber, but it's really only looking at math. And Rob Lennon here on Twitter argues that math-based questions are not a particularly accurate or useful way to test a language model. Basically, because these are language models. It's built around relationships between words. So his analogy is Olympic swimmers are getting slower. Just look at these skiing challenges that we've been testing them on. See, they're getting worse at sliding down snow slopes on wooden foot sleds. Swimmers are getting worse. You're asking a large language model, which is trying to predict the next word in a sequence of words, to do math and get better at math, where the training behind the scenes, they're not trying to train it to get better at math necessarily. They're trying to get better at predicting the next word in the sequence to create an accurate sequence of words. OpenAI does
the let me let it finish.
Say that they are aware of this new research and that they're monitoring the reports of the declining GPT-4 capabilities. Their vice president of product recently tweeted, "No, we haven't made GPT-4 dumber, quite the opposite. We make each new version smarter than the previous one. Current hypothesis, we use it more heavily. You start noticing issues you didn't see before." So he's basically arguing that the more you use it, the more you're going to find flaws. A lot of the novelty has worn off. People are used to ChatGPT now. Now they're just actively looking for flaws in it. Speaking of ChatGPT,
I don't know what is the case. There's not enough data. Like, there is a single paper indicating this, right? It could be 100% accurate. There could be a serious flaw that went unknown up until this point, right? But every other paper that we've seen up to this point with our friends over at AI Explained has indicated the opposite. Has indicated, continued improvement across the board. So one paper is not enough to make a determination. It is cause for concern, and I'm glad that OpenAI is taking it seriously as opposed to trying to sweep it under the rug or saying that, it just doesn't exist, something along those lines.
This week, ChatGPT increased the message limits for Plus users. If you go over to ChatGPT, down here it says GPT-4 currently has a cap of 50 messages every 3 hours. Prior to this week, you used to only have a cap of 25 messages every 3 hours. So that's an upgrade. ChatGPT also added a new feature called custom instructions for Plus users. So if you go over to ChatGPT, you come down to your settings down here, click on beta features, you can actually turn on custom instructions. Once you do that, you can close out of here, come back down to your little 3 dots, and you'll see a new menu item that says custom instructions. This allows you to actually add additional context that you want ChatGPT to know to help improve its results when you ask it future questions. So it says, what would you like ChatGPT to know about you to provide better responses? Here's some starters. Where are you based? What do you do for work? What are your hobbies and interests? What subjects can you talk about for hours? What are some goals you have? You provide it this additional context, it's going to use that information to help provide better results in future chats. How would you like ChatGPT to respond? Some examples here. How formal or casual should ChatGPT be? How long or short should responses generally be? How do you want to be addressed? Should ChatGPT have opinions on topics or remain neutral? So you can actually give it all of this additional context and it will change the way ChatGPT outputs responses for you. And not only that, this information will now be saved in there, so all future chats will have this additional context that you've previously given it. And since we're talking about ChatGPT news, might as well mention this.
And that is indicative of the future AI assistant. An AI assistant is coming to a phone near you. You are going to have some form of AI assistant available to you. In the same way that all Apple phones have a Siri, there's going to be an AI assistant included in that layer. Android, you probably use Google. Google is already working on a variety of different applications within their existing structure to incorporate AI and integrate those across the entire thing. So that is something that's coming, and I feel you. You don't want to have the AI and the data and the corporation and like that, and at the same time there are going to be people who are using it in your field. Whatever job you do, there will be people who will use these tools, and they will be better, faster, stronger at their job. So you do you.
This, OpenAI is partnering with the American Journalism Project to support local news. Basically, OpenAI wants news organizations to leverage tools like ChatGPT and AI to help improve the news that they're reporting on. OpenAI is committing $5 million to the American Journalism Project to support the expansion of their work, and they're offering up to $5 million in OpenAI API credits so that the organizations can use OpenAI's tools. And since we're on the topic of news, Google is testing an AI tool that can write news articles. This was reported by the New York Times. I would read the original source article, but it's paywalled and I don't want to pay for the New York Times. The tool internally is codenamed Genesis, and it can take information and then generate news copy from that information. However, the people that
And this right here, like with the issue of the lawsuit of authors who are upset at OpenAI for it being trained on their books, this is an entire industry that exists around this idea of paywalled content, right? Like this is, what is this, TechCrunch? TechCrunch is reporting on an article from the New York Times. And there's a link and you can go there, but you have to pay for it, or you could do this one, you know, for free. So like this thing is going on. The old model of journalism that required you to buy the paper, which is what the paywall is supposed to represent, it's dead. And it's, in my opinion, leaving people who don't have like a right-wing bent on their thinking at a disadvantage, because that content is all free, right? They make it in advertising. Places that are paywalling their content need to figure out a new way to make revenue, or I don't know, like not make revenue. Like it is the idea of providing a public service, like the news used to be a million years ago. I don't know.
that were actually pitched the tool saw it as unsettling, noting that it seemed to disregard the effort that went into producing accurate news stories. So essentially Google's out there pitching a tool to help journalists write their news articles for them, and journalists are kind of going, that's kind of scary because this feels like it might take our jobs. Do you remember a couple months ago when I talked about this generative agents paper that...
Okay, so this is going to expand on that South Park thing from earlier.
Came out where they generated this little town with people, and the people interacted, and they actually created events and then set up reservations and asked each other on dates and all showed up to this event together, and it all happened autonomously. Well, this company called Fable Studios took that a step further and created an entire South Park episode that was completely generated by AI. Their research was called To Infinity and Beyond, Show 1 and Showrunner Agents in Multi-Agent Simulations. You can see in their little demo video here, they have their showrunner system. Welcome to the showrunner subroutine. Try to come up with a suitable title for the story you're about to simulate. Next, prompt the system with a few of your own ideas of what should happen. They give it the title Westland Chronicles and the prompt, researchers train an AI robot pig to write infinite TV shows, but it goes horribly wrong. Cartman is a big fan of the AI-generated TV show Westland Chronicles. The Writers Guild is on strike because of AI. So it gave it just that information, and then it generated an entire 22-minute episode of South Park off of that. Now, I'm a little bit afraid to play it because this is for research purposes only. The South Park IP is owned by somebody else, and by simply pressing play and listening to the audio on this, I could get in trouble. I don't know. So I'm not going to. But basically, all of the background images were generated with...
There will be, if you're in the Discord, a link to the to the Twitter feed that contained all of this if you want to actually watch all those videos. But yeah, like, it was close enough that it made me uncomfortable, and I don't need this kind of grief coming down. I don't need the whole DMCA thing. It was uncomfortably close to actual South Park.
AI image generation models, all of the dialogue was generated with large language models. The interactions between the characters were generated with this generative agents model that I was just talking about. The voices of all of the characters were generated by cloning the voices, most likely using a tool like an 11 Labs or something like that. And so this entire 22-minute story with art, with voices, with dialogue, the whole thing was generated completely with AI and that one prompt that we just saw. People have been all over Twitter talking about how it's only a matter of time before we're just going to type a prompt of what type of show we want to see, and it's just going to...
This is literally what I said 3 months ago when I was still downstairs and like that. I absolutely said that this exact scenario was going to play out, and here we are.
Going to generate an entire show or entire movie for us. We're there. Like, it's happening right now. It's not the best dialogue. It's not the best script. I don't think anybody would sit around and want to watch these episodes generated by AI yet, but it's getting a lot better. I'll make sure to link up to this GitHub page below where you can actually watch the entire episode if you want. There are actually some moments in it that are pretty dang funny. It does a pretty accurate job of getting the sort of feel of a South Park story. This week, it was also announced that Apple is testing a ChatGPT-like AI chatbot, which feels kind of late to the party. Internally, they're calling it Apple GPT. That's unlikely to be what it's actually called when it's ever released. But at the end of the day, everybody wants a new Siri, right? If you've got an iPhone and you use Siri, all Siri can really do for you these days is search the internet and open a couple apps for you. When you've seen stuff like ChatGPT and Claude and what Perplexity and tools like that can do, Siri feels really, really archaic. This TechCrunch article here says the company's chatbot is similar to Bard, ChatGPT, and Bing AI, as it doesn't feature any additional features that separates it from what's currently commercially available. So not a ton of news around this yet, but I'd say it's fairly likely that this technology is probably what we're going to see as the next iteration of Siri, but who knows? Now, here's a cool product that was released this week. Superhuman itself isn't new. It's an email platform that helps you manage your email, similar to a tool like Outlook, but it's a much faster, easier way to use email. I've used Superhuman a lot over the years. Well, Superhuman just rolled out new AI features inside of their email platform. Now, you might be thinking, well, aren't Gmail and Outlook and all of these tools getting these AI features rolled into them as well? Yes, but what makes this one unique is that Superhuman actually trains itself on your past emails so it can better understand your voice and write more like you. So the first time I booted up Superhuman and turned on their AI feature, it actually had a small 30-second training period where it saw how I wrote previous emails and then figured out how to write future emails in that voice. So let's just write a test email. I'd like to propose a lunch meeting for 1 p.m. on Saturday to share a cool new business idea. I could select this text that I just wrote, click on this AI button here, and then say, rewrite in my voice. Hey everyone, I wanted to throw out the idea of getting together for a lunch meeting this Saturday at 1 p.m. I've got this really awesome new business idea that I'm excited to share with you all. Let me know if you're interested in joining and we can figure out a great spot to grab some grub and chat. I mean, I don't know if I ever really refer to food as grub, but other than that, it sounds pretty much like the way I'd write an email. I can also simply just click on this AI button right here that says write with AI and then outline an email brief. Congratulate my team on the latest YouTube video launch. I wanted to take a moment to congratulate you all on the successful launch of our latest YouTube video. It was such a fantastic effort by everyone. He just wrote up a whole dang email. Once again, congratulations and thanks for being a part of the Future Tools family. I never told that my website was called Future Tools. It just took that from the training data that it has. It says, you guys sure know how to make those AI tutorials engaging and informative. I didn't give it any context just now that I make AI tutorial videos. It just knows that from my past emails. Here's a long email thread that has multiple people in it going back back and forth about a project that I'm working on. I could come in here, click the AI button, type SUM, and then it gives me the option to summarize conversation. And look at this. Now it just bullet pointed this entire email thread for me, so I don't have to skim through the whole thing again. Pretty cool time-saving tool. Now, Superhuman doesn't sponsor this or anything like that, but I'm constantly looking for a way to streamline my email, and this tool seems like it'll be pretty handy. Last week I mentioned that Sarah Silverman and a few other authors were suing OpenAI and various other chat models for illegally scraping their books and using them as part of the training data. Well, this week, thousands of authors signed a letter urging AI makers to stop stealing books. In an open letter signed by more than 8,500 authors of fiction, nonfiction, and poetry, the tech companies behind large language models like ChatGPT, Bard, Llama, and more are taken to task for using their writing without permission or compensation. The letter asked that companies obtain permission for use of copyrighted material and generative AI programs, compensate writers fairly for the past and ongoing use of the works, and compensate writers fairly for the use of works in AI output, whether or not the outputs are infringing under current law. I think,
and that is right there. It is all about compensation. It's whether or not people are going to have to prove in some fashion whether their particular work was used in the creation of the particular model. And it's like, will that compensation be based on, the number of books, or whether it will be based on the amount of, particular usage? And I expect lawyers to be playing with this and the language around it, because it's like, if you use a trope, or if you use an homage to another writer, like, then there's a portion of what you would get actually should go to that other writer. This is way more complex than people are pretending it is.
think that might be a tall order, but no legal threats were made. There's a lot of legal gray area that's happening right now, and it's going to be really interesting to see how this all plays out in the courts. I mean, I do understand where a lot of these authors are coming from. It could potentially harm the sales of a lot of their books if I can just go to ChatGPT and ask questions of this book without ever having to pick up a copy of the book. However, figuring out a way to compensate authors for the use of these various chat models, I honestly can't totally comprehend a path where that can happen. I mean, I guess Spotify kind of has it figured out for music, but this is a little bit more complex than did somebody press play on a song or not? Because when somebody generates a response from a large language model, it's pulling from all sorts of data from all over the place to provide the response. And so I don't know how that ever totally gets rectified. And speaking of lawsuits, a US judge found flaws in the artist lawsuits against the AI companies. If you remember, Stability AI and Midjourney and the various models that generate art have been getting sued by a lot of artists because they're trained on their artwork. The judge said that artists were unlikely to succeed on their claim that images generated by the systems based on text prompts using their names violated their copyrights. They said, "I don't think the claim regarding output images is plausible at the moment because there's no substantial similarity between images created by the artists and the AI systems." So this one is actually going to be fascinating to see how it plays out in courts, because when you think about it, most artists borrow from artists that came before them. There's no law that says that I can't take a canvas and paint a picture that looks like a picture that Pablo Picasso painted. Now, there's laws against me turning around and trying to sell it as if it was a Pablo Picasso, but not to actually generate that image in the first place. But now people want laws against computers generating images that are inspired by other artists. So there's this weird gray area there, because I don't necessarily think there's ethical issues of generating images that look like or inspired by other artists, but I do think there are ethical issues of creating images that look like or are inspired by other artists and then making money off of those. So I don't know. There's definitely a gray area debate that I'm still personally a little torn around. This week, GitHub also made the Copilot chat available for all organizations. It's basically a chat assistant that helps you with your code, and it's basically trained on data that's available inside of GitHub. Now, I don't personally work with a lot of code at the moment. Eventually, I do want to develop some games and some apps and use AI to do creative stuff with it, but I haven't personally tried out this GitHub Copilot. But if you're a coder, this might be something that is interesting news to you, so I wanted to point it out real quick. And finally, I wanted to end with something really cool that you can go test out yourself right now if you want. I know I've mentioned this company a few times in the past, Illumine AI. They just announced a new feature where you can use 2D images that have a 3D depth map and pull them into their platform. So I actually wanted to test this feature real quick in their Instaverse platform. You can see in their example here, they have this 2D to 3D mode. They click on that, they upload a 2D image, they upload a 3D depth map, and now they have this 3D image that they could sort of move around and manipulate. So I actually created this little 3D world here inside of Midjourney. I just used the prompt to colorful 3D metaverse world from a video game. Now you do need a 3D depth map to be able to upload this. One of the easiest ways to get a 3D depth map is to go to convert.leapix.com, upload your image. So I'll go ahead and grab this and upload it. I can come down here to the share button. It gives me the option to download a depth map. So let's go ahead and download that real quick. And now if I jump over to this Illumine AI site, I can click on 2D to 3D mode, upload my 2D texture here. I've got this image now, but it looks kind of funky. So let's go ahead and upload our depth map, open this up, and now I can actually kind of sort of move around. It gets a little warped if I move around too much, but I created this trippy psychedelic 3D depth map out of that Midjourney image. So it's just something fun to play around with your 2D images. It's all completely free.
And again, yeah, does this look like shit? Absolutely. This looks like stir-fried shit. But this is the worst it will ever be. Come back in 2 months, this is going to be a way that people generate 3D environments in order to create, like, at least simple little video games. Right? Imagine if this looked better and you still had access to this depth and you could move your little character across the bridge or down the thing. Just like 3D printing, this will be good for prototyping today, but you will be able to build entire video games out of this process. I guarantee you, by the end of the year, a video game will be built from the ground up and available, and it will cost you like $10-20. And if Steam works out their issues, you might even see it on Steam. But somebody will start offering this type of content. Maybe, somebody's personal something, but it's going to happen. I'm comfortable saying by the end of the year, there will be some kind of video game based on what I've already seen people use AI to generate in the video game space.
Free to use. I mean, Midjourney is not free to use, but you can use any AI image generator, create the depth map using LeiaPix real quick, pull it into Instaverse, and you've got an interesting little 3D depth mapped world. I'm sure there's some other settings I could have played around with inside of LeiaPix Converter to get my depth map a little bit better, but just wanted to show you a quick little demo of what you can do there. And that's what I got for you this week. If you want to keep your finger on the pulse of all the latest AI.
Okay. All right. I need to use the bathroom again. This is what happens. This is why your streamers don't hydrate, is because then you got to use the bathroom. So I'll be back in just a few minutes.
Earlier you told Dr. Bryce something about Globus.
The Globus never sleeps.
No one was in here. Everyone was asleep.
The Globus never sleeps.
We will show them that it is feasible. That the budget is nothing more or less than a plan for spending our money. A plan which can and must be adapted to meet our needs.
Earlier you told Dr. Bryce something about Globus.
The Globus never sleeps.
When the pandemic struck, Globus was well placed to respond.
The Globus never sleeps.
The time has come for mankind to take longer strides. We must move further down the line.
Earlier you told Dr. Bryce something about Globus.
The Globus never sleeps.
No one was in here. Everyone was asleep.
The Globus never sleeps.
Globus is embarking on a new chapter.
The Globus never sleeps.
And we're back. Okay, I don't know who.
I want to show you two video clips.
For the second,
I want to show you two video clips. One.
I don't know who this is. I know that another streamer watched this video, and so we're gonna watch it, and we're gonna see what's what, and like that. I don't know who this Harris person is, and because I caught a little bit of the beginning of that other streamer, now my opinions of this particular person are flavored by that, and I know nothing about this guy. So
one of them is real and one of them is fake. Can you tell which one's real? Okay, this one was kind of easy. Obviously, this is the fake one. Like, you can see the color on the face isn't quite right, and the hair is obviously like a wig. But this video was like from a few years ago. Let's look at a more recent example. Look at these two clips. One of them is real and one of them is fake. Can you tell which one it is? Okay, what about these? Or these? Which one of these is fake and which one of these is real? Maybe you're some wizard and you could tell, but I couldn't. And my guess is that most people can't. That's because things have changed.
I've never seen it quite like this. This technology is spreading rapidly.
It's really extraordinary.
Mind-blowing.
Deep fakes.
Deep fakes.
Deep Tom Cruise was a tipping point for deep fakes.
It's all real.
In the last few years, we've crossed a threshold into a world where moving images are manipulated in ways that make them indistinguishable from reality. This is our new world. It is the world of high-quality deep fakes.
The catastrophic potential to public trust and to markets that could come from deepfake attacks.
This is happening quicker than any of us could have imagined. So I want to get you up to speed.
To markets. I got a solution. If you're worried about markets being affected by deepfakes, I got a solution.
Markets that could come from deepfake attacks.
This is happening quicker than any of us could have imagined. So I want to get you up to speed on what's happening with deep fakes, how they're revolutionizing entertainment.
It's all my fault.
And creating new challenges and fears for the people who make our laws and the people who enforce those laws.
Make it look like anyone is saying anything at any point in time.
Ultimately, I want to show you how much of a threat deepfakes actually pose and answer the biggest question of all. What is even real?
Seeing is not believing anymore.
Okay, let's just be clear. We've been faking the moving image for at least 100 years. Thomas Edison wanted to spice up his news reporting from the front lines of the Spanish-American War back in like the end of the 1800s. So to do this, he shot some fake battle scenes in New Jersey and then cut them together with shots from Cuba making this look like it was happening in Cuba, and it wasn't. And for the next 100 years, motion picture manipulation remained as crude and simplistic as Edison's sneaky editing. But then suddenly, in 2014, with the invention of a new type of AI, everything started to change.
Incredibly realistic so-called deep fakes.
How similar it is. Is there a way to know when this is fake and to tell when it's fake?
We now have the ability to make people look like other people. Like, I could be Johnny, or I could be Nick the studio manager. Look, I'm Nick the studio manager right now. I could also be Tom the music composer. And what's crazy is even if you go back and watch what I just showed you frame by frame, you likely won't be able to tell. Let me explain how on earth we did this.
We can do all of this because of this clever computing process. It's called Generative Adversarial Networks, or GANs. This is where two AIs work in tandem to get the best fake image possible. So you have these two AIs. One of them is a forger, and the other is a detective. The forger creates an image based on what you ask it to make, and then it shows that image to the other AI, the detective. The detective goes over the image and points out all of the reasons it's fake. It knows what to look for because it's been trained on hundreds, sometimes thousands of images of exactly what the finished products are supposed to look like. The forger is like, okay, cool, let me try again. And it goes away and it makes another image, fixing the pixels that the detective AI pointed out. Then it shows it to the detective. The detective AI once again points out all of the weaknesses in the fake image. And the forger goes back and makes a new one. And over and over and over again.
And so the longer you give one of these AI models to train on, it basically goes through this creation and improvement cycle over and over until you get the best deepfake possible. There are many ways to train a deepfake, but this is the most common, and it's actually how we got the deepfake that we're running on this clip right now. My face is slowly morphing into something else, and it's basically pixel perfect. We had to run a training model on this face for 2 weeks, but it got really good. Look, it's like...
And as I have no idea who either of these people are, like, I think this adds a layer to also the VTuber, or the not, maybe not the VTuber because the cartoon aspect is an element of it, but you know those streamers that don't want to show their face? I think that you will see them make use of this technology to, you know, potentially look like someone else. Not necessarily like to look like someone else, but like to not look like themselves. You know, using a sufficiently advanced version of any of the created characters from any of the video games that you might have played that have a really good created character. My favorite one of the really in-depth created characters was Elden Ring, because you never got to see your character in any meaningful way, as far as I can tell, and it had so much depth that you could go into, you know, to change like all sorts of different aspects of your facial features, and like the camera is always behind your head. Wild. I did not like Elden Ring.
Like, amazing. I'm not me. I mean, I am me, but I'm not me to you. And that's kind of nuts.
We're about to enter it scares me. It really does. It scares me.
An important point here is that we used to have to train these models on huge amounts of data. You need a lot of footage from someone's face to train these models, which is why it's mostly worked on like actors who have a lot of high quality face data available. It's how you get deep fakes like this.
Do you like what you're seeing? Just wait till what's coming next.
Or how you get Jim Carrey imposed onto Jack Nicholson's face in The Shining.
I'm not gonna hurt you.
Or Willem Dafoe in Silence of the Lambs instead of Anthony Hopkins.
You look like a rube.
These last two clips were done by a super talented deepfake artist named Control-Shift-Face, and he's actually the one who's doing the deepfakes for this video too. He's the artist behind that video that went super viral a few years ago of Bill Hader doing an Arnold Schwarzenegger impression and turning into Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Get out of this, the bomb in there, get out!
And he's now working at a deepfake production company called Deep Voodoo, where he worked on that Kendrick Lamar video. Yes, that Kendrick Lamar video.
For me personally, it's exciting because I can like do this
goofy, funny movie remixes that I can put on YouTube. I really enjoy that.
And yes, when I was talking to him in our interview, he was using a live deep fake mask and changing between different characters, and it kind of blew my mind.
Oh my god, sorry, you just changed to Mark Zuckerberg.
And I have a lot of faces up my sleeve here.
Oh my god. Wow, I was not ready for that.
Deep faking has already started to shape the entertainment industry. Filmmakers are using deepfake technology to translate films into other languages.
It's all my fault.
They can de-age celebrities.
I thought we went anywhere. And we're back.
There's a 6-part TV show in the UK about a bunch of rowdy neighbors, and guess what? All of these characters are all deep-faked celebrities.
Did move some of Kim's things. I'm sorry.
This like I welcome Cicero Field. Yeah, no, I like it combines deep fakes, which I'm not a huge fan of, right? Like because of all the consent issues. Now I assume they got the consent of the actors to do this, so okay, but also reality television, which is the worst thing that happened to television since ever. And I'm definitely talking about your favorite reality television program. Like reality television took off because of the previous writer's strike, right? Like that's when it took off. Right? Had we not let that happen, then the landscape would be different now. Oh.
2 years ago, if someone told me something like this would exist, I don't think I would believe him. And what will be next in like another 2, 3, 5 years?
I am so against reality television that even anything that was remotely related to something that I might enjoy, like I used to be a fan of pro wrestling a lot, and now I'm a fan of pro wrestling like a little. And they did reality TV, not watching it. I'm against it as a concept, right? I don't like it as a concept. I think it's a problem, and for the reasons that I already stated. Now, to be fair, I have been in Roddy Ranch's stream watching reality television with all of them. So if that makes me a hypocrite, then yeah, probably, right? But I enjoy, those. Yeah, okay. Now, I guess to be fair, yeah, if we're including Robot Wars, then I did watch some of that. Yeah. So I guess I'm just as guilty. Hoist by my own petard.
It's getting to the point where deepfakes are nearly impossible to decipher as computer generated, which is super exciting, but also kind of scary.
The FBI tells NBC News they're following the rapidly developing technology closely.
I believe that this is the next wave of attacks against America.
It's a real concern. It's a real concern.
And this is where we talk about the doom and gloom part. And for that, yes, I have a lot of paper. Lawmakers and law enforcement are getting worried about this technology. Here's a letter from Congress to the Director of National Intelligence, raising the alarm that hyper-realistic digital forgeries, popularly referred to as deep fakes, use sophisticated machine learning techniques to produce convincing depictions of individuals doing or saying things that they never did. I kind of love when Congress talks about technology. And this is the most important line. By blurring the line between fact and fiction, deepfake technology could undermine public trust
in recorded images and video as objective depictions of reality. Oh, and by the way, this letter was back in 2018, basically the Stone Age for AI image generation. More recently, I saw a Democratic senator giving his opening remarks to his colleagues in Congress via a deep-faked voice that sounded perfectly like him.
We have seen what happens when technology outpaces regulation.
But it's not just American lawmakers. Europol, which is the European International Police Agency, says that experts estimate that as much as 90% of online content may be synthetically generated by 2026. 90%. Meaning AI will be making most of the stuff that we watch on the internet. Their big fear in all of this is that deepfakes will, quote, lead to a situation where citizens no longer have a shared reality, causing what they call
an information apocalypse.
Now, your boy feels that we're already there. Like, I literally, the fact that I cannot have discussions with people already. And like, I'm a veteran of the Facebook wars, right? Where, you know, you used to argue with everyone about everything in the Facebook comments and like that. And no one, everyone has who has an opinion around AI. It doesn't matter that their perception of what's going on with it is incorrect. They don't want to hear any challenges to those opinions. 100%. It doesn't matter if I can, like, these are friends, right? These are not anyone that I would consider I have any kind of adversarial relationship with. These are friends. But they're wrong in what they believe around this subject matter that I've spent a tremendous amount of time looking into. And not only can I not have a conversation with them around it, because they would rather have their opinions rather than accurate information, but then, of course, I am subject to the passive-aggressive post-response, right? That is my personal experience with the space. If you are on Twitter, you are 100% aware of the number of people with whom you do not share the same reality. There are so many people in government with whom you don't have a shared reality. There was a representative of government just the other day showing barely censored images of revenge porn to the rest of Congress in C-SPAN and into the record. Now, maybe she doesn't believe what she says about that dude, and this is all a game to achieve goals, or maybe she does believe it. Either one, which is worse? Is it worse if she believes everything she's saying, or is it worse if she is doing it for political points and power? I got the president of the goddamn United States talking stuff which flies directly in the face of stuff that the president of the United States has done. I have to put forth a major amount of effort to analyze every single piece of media that I interact with to determine what aspect of reality this person who's telling me the thing is coming from. That might be true, Cicero, but you can't always judge. Unfortunately, you can't always judge from where we are, right? We are in one of those times that is going to be talked about by historians, right? Like, so we need to look at this from a future point. There was a guy who came out and said he actually won the presidential election, and none of that went anywhere. But it also prompted a bunch of people to do some shit on January 6th. Right? Like, we need a bunch of perspective in order to judge what the fuck is happening at some future date. So I would say your boy says that right now we are looking at, we don't share a shared reality. And from where I'm standing, there comes a point where it doesn't matter if it gets worse, because we're already like worlds apart. When a dude can make a rap song about a business that sells clothes because he feels some kind of way about the clothes being sold in that business, and we gotta hear about it for fucking months, like, what kind of shared reality are we actually engaging with? And it's not just on the internet because my next door neighbor plays his music.
Here is a 43-page report from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. And look at this title page. I mean, look at that graphic design. Especially this moment where it goes from a classic sans serif to a serif. I mean, it's not bad for the government. DHS says that deep fakes and the misuse of synthetic content pose a clear, present, and evolving threat to the public across national security, law enforcement, financial, and societal domains. The Pentagon is using its big research wing, the one that helped invent, I don't know, the GPS, the COVID vaccine, and the literal internet, that one, to look into deep fakes and how to combat them. Like, they're taking this very seriously. But my big problem with all of these reports is they're couched in such vague language. What can deepfakes actually be used for outside of making really cool Kendrick Lamar music videos and TikTok Tom Cruises?
I think there's bubblegum inside there.
Well, to get a taste, look no further than Ukraine.
The Russian president says a military operation is now underway in eastern Ukraine.
Column of Russian armor.
I don't know where this guy's going to come down on this. We do not talk about geopolitics on this channel. Generally, geopolitics are way more complex than anyone on Twitch, no matter how much they seem to know what they're talking about, actually has a grasp on. My general opinion, and I could be wrong, I'm not pointing anyone specific out So if you disagree, just pretend I'm not talking about you. Your opinions are ontologically correct. You are the right one. It's the other people I'm talking about. This is exactly one of those conflicts that has so much, it's complicated enough in the actual factual things that exist within it. And then this is our first fully fledged, full on 24/7 disinformation war. Because both the Ukraine and the Soviet Union, the Russians and their people around them, their associated systems, are all engaged here. It makes it very difficult to have any kind of shared reality when things like this are going on.
We're crossing into Ukrainian territory from the north.
Спочатку я вирішив повернути Донбас.
This is not Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. This is a deep-faked video that appeared on a Russian-language Ukrainian news site just 4 weeks after Russia invaded Ukraine. Russian troops were trying to take over Kiev, which would have meant a massive victory for Putin. Information on the ground was scant and foggy, and this video pops up of Volodymyr Zelensky urging his troops to surrender to Russian forces. Now listen, this is kind of a crappy version of a deepfake. I mean, misshapen head, weird accent and voice, wasn't super pulled off. But guess what? It doesn't matter. Because what this video did do is it made people question every other video coming out of Ukraine. And this is what Congress meant when they were freaking out in 2018 about the idea of deepfakes blurring the line between fact and fiction, undermining trust in recorded images and videos as objective depictions of reality. And this is actually, so far in my reporting on this, the biggest takeaway. I don't know if we realize what a big shift this is. As deepfake technology gets better, yes, it allows people to create compelling fake evidence, and that is worrisome, but it also allows people to dismiss real evidence, real footage, as, oh, that's just a deep fake. We can do that now. We can't trust anything.
It's not just what they could create, it's the doubt that is cast on authentic video and audio.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get to another concrete threat here to get us away from all the vague language of government agencies talking about how scary this all is. Think about the legal system. Deepfakes are becoming a nightmare for evidence in court. In 2020, there was a child custody case where the mother presented as evidence audio recording of the child's father saying violent things over the phone. It was submitted as legit evidence, as proof to be like, this dad is unfit to have the kid. But after some digital forensics, it became clear that the mother had used an online tutorial and some cheap software to doctor the audio file to add in fake violent words. Most judges and juries are not ready for this. Most wouldn't think to question evidence like this that sounds like a smoking gun, and yet was totally fake. This sort of technology is getting so accessible and easy to use. In fact, this VO that you're listening to right now
is actually fake. I made it using a cheap and easy software widely available to anyone.
Now imagine that you're on a jury and you're presiding over a criminal case. And even though there may not be any manipulated evidence in front of you, there's now a nagging voice in the back of your mind that's like, remember that time that Johnny tricked me in that YouTube video? And he made his face change, and now he looks like someone else, and it wasn't really him, and it was really convincing? Who's to say all of this visual evidence that I'm seeing in court isn't also fake? Visual evidence is no longer rock solid. Surveillance footage, body cam footage, heck, even audio taken in a bus from a presidential candidate. This was all solid at one point, and now it can all be called into question. And then, of course, deepfakes are being used for good old-fashioned cybercrime. Man, cybercrime, it just sounds so quaint. Cybercrime. Elon Musk was recently faked to help shill a new crypto scam.
Vex.net, a site that will help ordinary people to gain financial independence.
And yeah, this one's obviously fake and poorly done. My point is they're getting better. And some scams are already way more persuasive. Like this group of fraudsters who were able to clone the voice of a major bank director and then use it to steal $35 million in cold hard cash. $35 million.
That's a lot of money.
Just by deepfaking this guy's voice, and like using it to make a phone call to transfer a bunch of money. And it worked. Okay, but in reality, the risk of eroding trust in the public or weakening our legal system or giving cyber criminals a new weapon, all of these are actually the rarest uses of deep fakes. The main victims of this new technology, at least at the moment, are women.
These sexually suggestive ads are popping up online. Sexual misuse of these deepfakes.
She's been deepfaked.
That's not me.
By one estimate, 96% of deepfake production is used to produce porn, almost all of which are using women who have not consented to this. Just 2 years ago, Telegram got in trouble because it was found that they had private groups on their service that were using deepfake technology to remove the clothes of more than 100,000 women. It used to just be the faces of celebrities because they're the ones who have all this high quality data out in the world that you can train a model on, but no longer. The tech has developed such that an ordinary person with a few images on social media could suddenly have their faces deep-faked onto the body of a porn star.
Martin has found dozens of doctored images and videos of herself. She has no idea who's responsible for them.
Okay, but what's being done about this? What can be done? Let's first remember that when a new technology comes along, it typically evolves rapidly, way faster than the lawmakers who need to understand it to regulate it do. So we're in the kind of Wild West phase where the lawmakers are kind of just trying to get their head around this stuff.
Let's hope that Congress can catch up.
China is actually the first country to have regulated what they call deep synthesis technologies by requiring all deep fake content to be clearly marked as having been modified. Luckily, a surveillance state is a lot easier to regulate this kind of stuff. But the EU is trying.
In an ambitious bill called the AI Act.
Boy, do I love going through European Commission PowerPoint slides. Like China, the EU is trying to make it so that you have to label deep fakes. But of course, in a Western democracy, you have to put this line, unless necessary for the exercise of a fundamental right or freedom, or for reasons of public interest. Oh man, those pesky rights always getting in the way of being able to regulate stuff. The UK is also trying to figure this out. They are targeting the porn situation, the one that is the vast majority of the...
I'm starting to understand the framework by which the other streamer had their judgments of this particular individual.
Uses of deepfakes. Doing deepfake porn without consent comes with a penalty of prison, though it's super hard to enforce this stuff. That's what's so tricky, but they're trying.
Will the government take urgent action and repair this mess?
And then there's tech companies, like here on YouTube. They say that they will pull down any video that, quote, includes deceptive uses of manipulated media, i.e. deep fakes, which may pose serious risk of harm. Who decides what serious risk of harm is? But one promising solution here would be to fight software with software. If we could train software to detect the quirks of deep fakes, like the unnatural blinking, or some of the other weird subtle things that the human eye can't pick up on, we would have a strong way of verifying what is real footage.
Maybe. I mean, that sounds like do you remember earlier in the video, he talked about the adversarial network going back and forth. This just sounds like doing that in real time, you know? So like you will have that. I don't even know if there's a way to do anything about it. Fundamentally, right? There is the approach from Adobe and the rest of C2PA, if I recall the name correctly, of where like there will have to be layers of metadata that accompany everything that's put on the internet. Maybe that's a way. I don't know. It's wild.
And what is distorted. So deepfakes are here, and they're seemingly here to stay. We are entering a new chapter of how humans consume and relate to information. It's a chapter as significant in my mind as some of the other big chapters, like when we learned to capture light and record it. It changed the world. Photographs could be used in court as proof. They could be used in science to capture and understand the world around us. In journalism, it allowed us to show, not just tell. And when we made those images move, we could capture more truth, more proof, more evidence. And then we could connect and spread those images far and wide. Truth and evidence coursed through the world's internet. This evolution of the moving image and its uses in the connected world is taking an unexpected turn away from being the bedrock of evidence and towards the foggy territory of deception and confusion. We're gonna have to navigate this chapter carefully. We're gonna have to push even harder to know where our images came from, who made them, and for what purpose. And we're gonna have to resist the urge to believe everything we see, no matter how real it looks.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that was a bad video. I think his conclusions are, generally speaking, fairly correct, but leave a lot to be desired. And like that. But we're coming up on 9 o'clock. So your boy needs food badly. Yeah. It is. I hope everything turns out well. Since we had Abena on, we're gonna raid Abena. They're streaming. If you happen to have come in later and missed any of the interview, the VOD will be up. I auto-publish the VODs now, so they will automatically be up after the fact. And so you can go back and watch it. And then it'll be saved as a highlight in perpetuity and theoretically anyways, downloaded and put on the YouTubes and edited, and it'll be awesome one day. In the meantime, eat some food like I'm gonna do. Drink your water. Take your meds if you forgot. Chuggy loves you. So do I. I'll see you on Monday. Monday we're gonna do some film analysis. That'll be fun. It'll be fun. I hope.